Live for nothing. I am a failure, and I love it. Deviant. Die for nothing. I am my own friend.
Want to kickstart a career in broadcasting and production? If you have interest in video production, commentary, Unreal Engine, set design, or any other assets that could be valuable to growing a team, contact us on Facebook or Twitter at Grid Vision. Welcome to the Major Speed 500 on Grid Vision with me, Lorenzo Bonder, and my partner, Caleb Vishya, with the production of All Speed Derbyshire. Uh, Caleb will be joining us in a little bit, and as me and Lorenzo Bonder will be taking you guys through the bump qualifying of the Speed 500 here on the Majors series, as Majors have now kind of shifted to a more um, both event and also league-like events, and this is one, if not the major event happening in the month of May, as is going to be 2.5 miles, 4 corners. The altitude is nearly close to sea level at Indianapolis, Indiana, rather, and it's going to be a very, very interesting race for us to cover in a little bit. But of course, like I said, first bump qualifying is on, as you guys can see. Also, the track conditions here on screen. 4 miles to, in terms of winds, 135 is the current degree condition, as the skies are about 78 Fahrenheit, clear skies, and the track conditions about 134. So quite of a juicy track, not the coldest, but also near its peak hottest around the Indiana track. As we have about 50 drivers taking over this bump qualifying here at Indianapolis, and just explain a little bit what does that entices. They will get one shot, which means if they fail to do their qualifying, they could be bumped out of the qualifying. Then, and with that being said, they go to split two. The top six who actually get their qualifies in time, you right, and this is actually the difficulty of doing these qualifyings one shot only whatever you go, not just on the majors, as we see the first driver out, which is going to be Nathan Dowd, is getting all 4 corners perfectly in a rhythm, because qualifying, many drivers say it's much harder for you to get that qualifying right than getting your race pace right. And as we see the speed coming out of Nathan Dowd, as is going to be around 234 miles per hour, but that is going to top him here to 240 to 245 maybe as a straight, as he's going to open up his first lap here on his number 7 car for the Legacy driver. Let's see, first corner, taking the apex nice and clean, and the one thing you need to maximize has to be basically flipping the apex kind of early and carrying as much speed as you can through the corners. 245 miles per hour down the back straight, clinging into turn number 3, 235, and that's the goal. Just make sure the car is constant throughout the 4 laps. Lap number 1. Lap number 1 is complete, as his first fast lap is a decent lap, but of course it's only going to be counted towards the 4 laps as he goes through the entirety of his stints. 4 laps is basically going to be the average of all 4 laps, and as you guys can see now on the timing board, we're going to get an average on about maybe lap 3 to the final lap 1, where he could be placed here on this bump qualifying. And like I said before, only the top 6 move into the main split, onto the top split of this broadcast. And this broadcast basically is being brought to you by some of our partners of Reaper Speed Lab. Like, you want to reach the top of Reaper Speed Labs, your one-stop shop for quality setups in the oval racing scene. It was established in 2020. Reaper Speed Labs goes to offer a competitive setup for all your oval racing needs, from the top 3 NASCAR National Series to the short track of late competition. Short track competitions of late models, modifies, and legend cars. Visit ReaperSpeedLab.com for more information, and Reaper Lab is where Top Split lives. SimSearch.com are your an iRacing setup builder wanting to make a little extra money off your beauty. Do you have an OVO and pedal setting sitting in your closet? Well, you may offer iRacing painting services. SimSearch.com is a virtual flea market that is specifically tailored for your sim enthusiasts. Check out today at SimSearch.com. And now, finally, Team Watson and Racing Setups. Team Watson offers out-of-the-box fast setups that are proven to win no matter what split you are competing in and are trusted by many top-level oval racers. If you're looking to take your iRacing career to the next level, check out TeamWatsonRacing.com. As Nathan Dowd is already done with his lap, so 37.85 for the number 7 driver here on the field, and now on the run is going to be Timothy Klaus, already opened up his first laps on the Indianapolis track. Number 12, seeing if he can best the number 7 on the field. Picking through just turn number 3, going for his first lap, and you can see how nimble do you have to be with the car moving forward, how swift it has to be your steering, get those qualifying laps correct. Because Indianapolis, and I can talk this from experience from doing a lot of those qualifyings for whenever iRacing has the IR18, and this is something that we're going to be talking to whenever my partner Caleb is with me, is how different is driving the IR18 to the IR01, which is, you guys are seeing here, which is the brand new car that is going to be used for the major series, and also is a car that this past season was transformed to be a all hybrid car. As you can see, Klaus just clipping the apex on turn number 1 and nearly clipping off the grass, and that could have been dangerous for the number 12, nearly leading his lap. And one thing over here is if you ride the wall, you get out of 0x, it basically eliminates your lap, so you have to be clean all throughout your stint. Going about 240, looks like to be that Timothy Cloud is having a really good setup car for this race as he moves forward with the opening of his 3rd lap, which is basically going to put him at 37.85. Actually, a 37.86 is going to be for the number 12. Minimal margins of a second will put Nathan Dowd on the top of the boards, as now it's going to be Brian Scrivener doing his fast laps, and now the number 70 on the board, starting his already fast runs, and lap number 1 probably underway and going for his 2nd lap. And like I said before, not the easiest one for you to clip around Indianapolis, let alone do 4 laps consistently. Not many people can do it. You have to maximize the track usage to its fullest. The car sometimes will try to ride you out to the wall side, or a little bit understeer on other words, and just a little bit of an understeer, depending on how your setup is set up, on whether it's going to be the IR18 or the IR01, just makes your life a living hell to try to carry the perfect speed throughout the corners. 2nd lap is already done for Scrivener, and going for his 3rd lap here on the screen. And as we have a few other drivers getting ready to take off on the bump qualifying, and we should be having the 3rd lap set in short time for Scrivener here on the screen. Third laps, as you can take a little bit of input on his wheel. Turn the 34 down turn number 4, a little bit of, it looks like to be a little bit faster than Klaus. So when he did his last lap, a little bit of an offset angle to the wheel on the left hand side, coming up a few degrees, making the right side up. That can be done to, I would say, facilitate the driver like ability or comfortability of driving the car. And you can see now the IR01 of Scrivener on his last lap picking up speed, 246 down on turn number 3, and now the goal is to maximize the track usage and see how fast it's going to be through the transition to turn number 4, 232 miles per hour down on turn 4. And his lap looks like it's going to be a solid one. Might be Nathan Dowda here on the track, and that is going to be 37.71 for the number 70, putting Dylan Scrivener now on the top of the board. Now, out of the gate is going to be Rob DeLoach doing his laps of the hood 235 now, with an opportunity to see how well he's going to do around the track on his first lap, on his first fast lap around the track. And let's see how he will fare moving forward with these cars. And the IR1, not the it would be considered one of the newest cars in terms of open wheel drives in iRacing, was basically designed with partnership with Dallara for the Dallara IRO1 World Championship to be something that I think someone could say a concept car, kind of like what Gran Turismo would do with their partners, like Toyota or whatever other partner it would be, to showcase, oh, our cars have now real good performance throughout its board, and and showcase the future of racing in a nutshell for our partners, as we see the head movement coming out of the Deloach out of turn number 34 right now. 234, the car looks very nimble and steady throughout his final corner. Second lap will be done just now as he crosses third lap opening right now. Going through the couple of corners, just also to inform that the servers are nearly running the same idea or simulation as the qualifying or even the race and practice will be during the racing. So basically it's going to be set to sim date on the 28th of May for the drivers to get used with the track, and the open practice started around 10 a.m. is going to be around that. The track is going to pick up a little bit after that, and the time of day during the qualifying is around 1 p.m. and the track state is going to be very clean. So not the biggest amount of grip, but it's enough for you to get a really good run around the track and not have a lot of issues during your run. As the Loach reaches about 245 down the back straight, going to turn number 3, and a very fast transition into turn number 3, going to 4 right now, keeping 233 average throughout its corner, and is going to basically now nearly reach about 250 or 227 down the straight, as his fast lap is going to be putting him on the top of the board by marginal seconds on Brian Scrivener. That is basically time, but Deloach on his iRacing Millimetrics has a little bit of a superiority over the number 70, and now all eyes on Ken Ling for the number 37 car, going around the track for his first lap and his attempt during bump qualifying. Going through the back stretch, as we can see now, the performance out of the IR1 of the number 37 going about 246 miles per hour onto the track. Got a little bit wobbly going to transition turn number 3 and 4. Lost maybe a little bit of momentum, the number 37, but kept it on track nevertheless. And a really clean run from Lang so far. As can he reach 247? No, the car keeping it 246 miles per hour on the top of the straight and going to turn number 1, but average peaking around 232 to 231 for Langston. Not the highest average going through the first 2 corners for his second lap, as he approaches the end of his third lap now here at Ken Lang, and we'll have just one more lap to do before he wraps up his bump qualifying and see where he's going to be placed at the top of the board. If not, where in the board he's going to be. So going around the back straight now, final lap for Ken Lang, 246, like its average, nearly peaking 247, but not much the car could give him. As the Mad Steam Racing now taking the final lines, approaching far wide, going into a high angle and approaching the final corner about 232 miles per hour. How fast is going to be Lang? I don't think he's going to be able to beat the Loach's time, but it's going to be right around there to 37.79 is the lap for the number 37 driver Ken Lang, as he's done with qualifying. Now all eyes to the 440 of Luke Santos, as he's now on his fast lap going to turn number 3. What is it going to be for the number 7? A little bit of work that is being done, but trying to maximize the track. Going into turn number 3 and 4, not flipping the apex way too much is the number 440. Is that going to make a difference on the timing sheets, depending on how the track user is using? We don't know. We're going to take a look right there in about 2 laps time, as 230 miles, 229 could be for Luke Santos going through the corner. Not don't know if that's going to be enough for him to be at the top, as he's right around his second lap for the time being. Second lap done for Luke Santos, as he crosses the line, open up his third lap over here for the number 440, as looking very sharp so far. 230, 231, not the highest average around the corners. Like I said before, for you to be in position to move into the top 6, you need to be having a high average through the corners where it's important. You're not going to gain time on the straights. You can reach max speed on the straights, but it's not going to be enough if you cannot carry the speed around the corners. The corners are the important part. You need to be perfect with every single lap that you do, and every minimal input that you do on the car is going to be important, especially with cars that, unlike the IR18, does not have NT-roll bars, adjustable NT-roll bars, and also the weight jackers for you to use your, there's going to be a macro or whatever for you to be used to with the cars and be effective on a lap-per-lap basis. Their lap nearly done, 233 average on the first set of corners for the Santos. 230 is now the Santos. I don't think he's going to be, obviously not going to be Deloach, but I think that might be around between Dowd and Klaus is going to be the time for Luke Santos. Not quite, actually, he's quite better than Nathan Dowd and Timothy Klaus, as he's done with his lap. 4th place for the number 440, and now eyes on Justin Morton. The number 9 is in the track for his second lap. As we see the driver from TDR, or Total Downforce Racing, Sonoma, California, the Californian-based driver, just taking his virtual turns around Indianapolis for his bump qualifying. Second lap in, 200. Looked like 233 on the average through the corners, and Morton looking really good so far with a wide angle of entry through turn number 3. High, well, it was really good high. I think that has been the highest average in terms of speed I've seen so far coming out of the driver. So Justin Morton looked like he's poised to make a really good bump qualifying, maximizing the track usage and also maximizing the speed carriage that you have to do to be very effective through the track itself. 240 now picking up speed. He's going to reach 246 in a short bit. Right now, there you go. Can he reach 247 into the entry of the straight? Not quite, as he carries 236, 237. So the average is going to be the highest, and he's definitely a favorite for him to go on the top of the board in the max lap, even though it's still not decided who's going to be moving into the top 6. You can see the inputs on Morton right there. I know Morton is an experienced driver. He's drove with him several times, so he knows what he's doing around the Indiana track. So as you can see, minimal inputs. Try to not clip the apex too much to lose grip around corners, and maximizing the usage out of the track. Just going to the outside portion and basically carrying all the speed, as he's gonna finish up his lap. Is gonna be on the board, and now Sam Harper is gonna be on the deck, as now Morton moves into the top of the board, 0.3 of a second faster than Deloach, now the number 9, as the nearly, if not confirmed, driver moving into the top 6. as Sam Harper now on the field completing now what he's going to be his first fast lap out of 4. As you can see, SMRC track marshal for Sam out of South Queensferry in Edinburgh. So let's see what the number 52 has on board for his first lap. Doesn't look like it is meant to be the fastest around the board, but the average out of his IR01 not climbing it to its highest is right around the 233 from what I saw in turn number 2 right there. But turn number 3 and 4 he can gain some time if his average is quite high, 235 for the first of 2 second half corners and 233 for Harper. That could actually give him a little bit of an edge on maybe Scrivener and even Loach, as Harper now going to his third lap out of the field, and the DAC is already Garen Batten getting ready to do his laps in a short bit on the track. Third lap in for Harper as he goes around the third corner. 237 was the average for Harper. Now, really good average on the fourth corner. That is going to save a little bit of time for him as well as he opens up his final lap. Is in so far no drama whatsoever for any of the drivers here around Indianapolis. No crashes or anything, or even a contact on the wall that could aggrieve a 0x, so that would basically invalidate any of the qualifying laps for the drivers, as Harper's going to reach 246, 246 and a half. Coming into turn number 3. Final 2 corners for Harper, and we're going to see what time the board is going to be for the number 52. As Badden's already done with his first lap, he had nearly a third into his second lap, and how Harper is going to move up with a 37.70, going to second place, putting himself nearly secure at the top of the board. And now we're with Batten going through the corners, and the number 61 is now on the go, as now Tyler Beeman is on deck. Third lap in for the number 61, as looks like his legs look to be very, very nimble, going to set of corners, and like I said before, hitting every corner matters around the Indianapolis Speedway, especially with scorching, I'm going to say scorching earth, but if scorching hot track conditions that we have around the track, where the tires do take a little bit of a beating. And of course, they're running with custom-made qualifying setups to maximize the speed of the car and make it efficient around the corners. That's why we need to see that performance coming out on clutch times. Batten with a really good third lap, as Beeman already a fourth of his lap in, and we're probably going to catch him around halfway through or nearly at the end of his second lap whenever we're done with Batten. But it looks like Batten is the favorite to maybe even reach more or even top Morden at the top of the qualifying stands, as he's nearly done with his lap. We're going to look where he's going to be placed in a few short moments. Final corner for Batten, nearly using the full track usage on the bottom. He's going to put him at a third place, nearly in beating Harper for that second spot, but on the bubble for the number 61, as now we're looking at the Tyler Beeman for Matt Sim Racing. What does the number 91 have in storage to try to get within that top 6? And so far we are 10 drivers in, and basically 5 remain to go, as we're going to have Chris Tito in the track. He's already out of the track, nearly done with his first. He's going to be done with his first lap real shortly. And Beeman now, as we look, not the highest average through the corners, but that basically means that Morton is definitely secure for his top split qualify here on the Majors Speedway 500. Third lap is going to be third lap in for Tyler Beeman, as now he's going to be moving into the board in about 1 lap time. 4 more corners for the number 91. but not the highest average around the corners for the number 91. I think he might need something extra for him to put himself up in the top of the standings or into maybe the top three to be in a good qualifying spot for the final, I would say, 5 spots around the Daytona, not Daytona, but around the Indiana Speedway to move into the top split of the Major Speedway 500. Using the bottom of the track is going to be using the number 91. That's the first time we've seen from a driver doing that on the final lap. Is that enough? That puts him on 6th place. So the last of the top 6 now on the bubble, the number 91. As now eyes to Cristiatito, as we're going to see what the number 42 has in store for his run at the time being. Tito so far, good third corner right there. Here's the key. He has to be how fast it's going to be. 233, 234 is the average for Tito. On his second lap, Jason Lotridge is going to be on the bubble moving forward for his qualifying run. A little bit of a wiggle on the front of the car for Tito, but doesn't lose speed. That's what we need to see. And Tito not the second best approach for the third time around the turn number 2. Lost a little bit of time right there, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for him to be bumped out of the top 6, but very large into, I would say, maybe 3rd or 4th place right now might be to go for Tito, as we have only 5 drivers to go after this. Meanwhile, Jason Lotridge is nearly done with his first qualifying lap. As first lap in for Jason Lotridge, we're still looking who's going to be on the bubble. That is going to be on the bubble is going to be now David K. Hall is going to be the driver right after Jason Lotridge to take over the track. As now Tito in his final approach is going to be the number 42, as he doesn't take the full usage out of the track on the bottom side, moves, stays up, is try to be with a very solid run. That's going to put him in 4th place on the board with the 37.70, so very marginal gaps between the drivers as we approach the final moments of this bump qualifying. Lotridge on his 3rd lap from Valley Vallejo, I think from VV, that is what I think, Valley Vallejo from California, the number 03, doing his laps around the Indianapolis track right now. Third lap in for Lotridge, 1 more to go, is going to be for the number 03, reaching 246. Like everyone now, the trick comes around here. 236 is the average in the first set of corners. Now, what it does the second corner go 230 on the bottom of turn number 2. Not it's going to be not the best average for him. Might be around, I would say, maybe it's between Deloach and Scrivener, which doesn't secure him a spot so far. Only with that being said, I think the only secured ones, in my opinion, might be Morgan Harper at this current moment. Maybe batting depending on circumstances of how David Cahill does his run. So with that being said, Lotridge, 5th place is going to be on the board for the number 03, with David Cahill already on his 3rd lap in, and on the deck already doing his lap is going to be Matt Nyman. Unfortunately, David Cahill having a massive crash on his 3rd lap, and that is basically qualifying done and dusted for the number 8 car, already out of this bump qualifying. We're going to look on the replay. What happened to David Cahill for having such a massive blunder going to turn number 1? And you can see from the positioning off the crash, that is a little highly unfortunate for him, as probably too much turn in, just could not carry the speed of the car moving forward. As now we're with Matt Knight, the number 152. Robert Anderson is going to be the next one on the deck, as the driver out of the Australian driver out of Brisbane, on his second lap in. And for what we saw, really clean lines for him moving forward. Not the fastest throughout turn number 2 for him at the current moment. Might be around the same pace between Lotridge, the Loach, and Scrivener. As we can see already, Scrivener bumped out of the top 6. And now the Loach is driver on the bubble for the time being, with only 3 drivers to go. That basically confirms Morton, Harper, and Batten into the top split. Yatito, Lotridge, and the Loach on the bubble, depending on circumstances. Moving forward, as Matt Knight on his 3rd lap in. We need to look on his average throughout the corners, but it doesn't look like he's the best one, as we see basically the speed trap and where he is around the track, as you can see on the track map on the bottom right of your screen, where he's located around Indianapolis International Motor Speedway. Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where this is going to be located. Finish up in his 3rd lap. Now 4th lap in for Matt Knight, and the key now might be his final lap in. 236, 235. Now the best average through the 1st corner. 2nd corner needs to be key. Cannot reach that 230 for him, as now we're looking to Robert Anderson, correction for him. It's a 3rd lap in for the number 6, and needs to do his best to qualify himself into the top 6. We're going to be looking really shortly how Midnight is going to fare moving forward. And Robert Anderson now halfway through his 2nd lap, as Midnight in already, putting himself out of the top 6. Well, way outside of the top 6. 9th place is going to be the 152, as he's not going to be qualified, so that basically guarantees Crisiatito as well for the top split of the major Speedway 500. It doesn't look like Robert Anderson is going to be able to set up a time. With that being said, we have our top 6 already set up on the board over here, and I think we're joined by our colleague Caleb Vishya. And Caleb, I know you late to it happens to the best of us. But if you were able to follow anything from this qualifying, or for the race in general, how does how do you see this bump qualifying playing out? And for those who didn't make it and went to split 2, those who couldn't make it, what should the focus be right now for them, as they have a race ahead of them?
Yeah, howdy. Are you guys getting me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, firstly, good talking to you guys. Sorry, I was late, running a couple of errands, but obviously for these guys who were trying to set in a lap time late, it's going to be very important, I guess, whenever the race starts, to try to just make up as many positions as they can, get in the draft, and pretty much try to overtake early. But yeah, for now, if these guys qualifying is obviously very important. In this Indy 500. So it's going to be very important for these guys to set in a lap, and if they didn't, they're going to have to get it done in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna now have the Fast 6. Basically, is gonna be 6 drivers moving forward, as is gonna be a very interesting perspective to see who's gonna be setting those top laps into the major Speedway 500. We have Austin Peterson, Nick Kuhn, Christian Abate, Wayne Hutchinson, Thomas Bromaitis, and Christian Challoner. Those for the top 6. Caleb, do you have any favorites on this top 6 from the names I just mentioned out?
Um, yeah, I don't have favorites as of now. This is the first race I'm joining, but I'm just looking forward to the great racing. Whoever can set that fastest lap time is probably my favorite. I'm very much gonna hop on whoever's bandwagon. Whoever sets it P1 is probably who's gonna be my favorite. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Um, but yeah, probably gonna hop on the bandwagon here, see who goes fastest, and that's probably who I'm gonna favor.
All right, we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to be back with broadcast of split number 2 here on Grid Vision. My name is Lorenzo Bonder with Caleb Visha, Austin Derbyshire as a producer. We'll be right back. We'll be with split 2 in a short amount of moments.
Hey, You know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
All right, we're back with the coverage of the second split of the 11th running of the Major Speedway 500. We're here on Grid Vision. I am Lorenzo Bonder. I am with my colleague in the booth, Caleb Viska, and with productions of our director Austin Derbyshire and Caleb. Well, qualifying is done. The bump qualifying is done as well. We have our grid basically for the both splits, and as we look into some of the information of this race, of course, we have a lot of racing in the month of May, but we know that all eyes turn to specifically this one. 200 laps, 2.5 miles, 4 turns per lap, and it doesn't get bigger than this.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's the Indy 500. Does not get any bigger than this. Obviously, this is going to be the biggest race of the year. It's the Indy 500. And the key to this race is literally keeping your nose clean. So these guys, that's all they have to do to get this race done. It's the biggest one of the year. This is the one that everybody's going to be looking forward to. And yeah, the month of May is busy, but this is the one that everybody wants to win.
Yeah, absolutely. We have now information to the track, a little bit of information. 5 miles per hour in terms of speeds picked up a little bit, but not a lot of crosswinds going around the track, and it's not going as fast with the direction in terms of where it's going to be. It's around southeast for the current moment. The track conditions is going to be 72 Fahrenheit ambient, partially cloudy for the time being, but what impresses me is the track temperature here, Caleb. 108 Fahrenheit, which is not at the highest right now, so drivers can take opportunity and get really good laps whenever we are going to qualify at any time soon.
Yeah, of course. You know, the track temperature is obviously going to have to do a lot here. Looks like, ooh, there's a crash in the back. But yeah, track temperature is definitely going to have to do a lot. Track's going to be evolving all the time, so whoever can set that lap in, it's going to be really important.
Yeah, as we have our grid right now on the screen, is going to be David Cahall in first place. Matt Knight is going to be in second. Ken Lang in third place. Tyler Beeman in fourth. Nathan Dowd and Luke Santos is going to be rounding out row number 3. Row 4 is Stephen Banks with Timothy Klaus. Jonathan Dance and Grant McKinney round out the top 10 with Julian Mookie and Bryce Roberts in the top 12. 14th and 14 and 15 are going to go. 13 and 14, Don Parks and Joshua Merson in the 7th row. 8th are going to be Don Dawson and Dwayne Burns, Shane Bowen, and Damon Nicolte in the 9th row. And the 10th row is going to be Paul Jones and Devin Hanger with 20th first and 20th second. For our 22 car grid is going to be Sebastian Jackson and Brenton West. Like you said before, keeping it clean is going to be the key to win this race, Caleb. But what are the other takeaway keys that we can talk about while they're doing this presentation lap when we're getting ready to go green?
Yeah, the keys here, obviously, it is an oval track, so the draft is going to be super important for these guys, trying to stay in the draft, trying to catch that slipstream out of the car ahead, and try to get around literally in any one of these corners, or even down the straight. So that's going to be another key. Saving tires is going to be another key, and just trying to charge through the field is going to be very important as well. Some of these guys who didn't have the chance to set in a lap time or who didn't qualify good enough, they're going to be looking to work further up in the field. So that's going to be important for them. So my key takes here are just tire degradation, who can save the tires. It is a 200 lap race. It's going to be a long one. So these guys are going to have to save their tires, stay in the slipstream, and keep their noses clean. Those are my 3 big takeaways for these guys, and that's going to be most important for them today.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100% as we are looking into David Hall's car, and as you can see, the number 10, just having a little bit of a switcheroo with Austin Knight. And Austin, it's going to be quite interesting how we will fare with 3 Mats in racing cars behind them as they go through turn number 3. We're going to have our green flag shortly here on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for our coverage of the Majors Speedway 500. As turn number 4 goes our pace car. He's going to come in a short moment, and we're going to have real soon what is going to be the green flag off the 11th running of the Major Speedway 500 as we are green flag and the Major Speedway 500 is underway.
This would be like David Hall coming across very early, trying to cover his position already. It's going to be very important, but Matt Knight's going to get that slipstream already, as I was saying. He's going to get the slipstream down this back straight, so it's going to be very important for him to try to make the pass, maybe get into P1. Look, yeah, there it is, going down the inside into turn number 3. Is the move going to stick down the inside on Matt Knight? It does. Matt Knight down the inside of David Hall, already up in P1.
Yeah, we can see Dave, like Matt Knight, going into P1 already. A few movers up and down the field. There's going to have a little bit of catch to the back of the first caution of this race is already out. That is going to involve maybe David, Don Parks, and Damian Colty going around turn number 3.
Yeah, obviously something you don't want to see early on in the race. Very unfortunate for these guys. Like I said, keeping the nose clean is going to be super important, but man, really not going to help him out early on in this race. Yeah, it seems like he just clipped that inside wall, and yeah, they just got collected there.
Yeah, unfortunately, from what it looks like to be, that was maybe Shane Bow and as well in a car that got caught up in the rejoin of Don Parks. But you can see early on in this race, the air wash playing out of heavy effect, and this is something we can talk about during this yellow flag as well here, Caleb. This is the first year that we don't have the IR18 anymore, the Dallara IR18 that is used in Indy cars. For various reasons. I'm not going to go into depth why it's not the car anymore, and that makes me real sad to not talk about it. But the IR1 is a car that I think it's an understatement. We can say drives completely different than the IR18 does.
Yeah, of course, and obviously it's going to be hard for some of these guys to maybe adjust to that new car. So obviously going to be very difficult for them, but stuff they have to get used to, the aerodynamics, the way the car reacts behind different people, because it is a completely different car than what it was last year. So yeah, something these guys are gonna have to get used to, the way the car washes up against the wall and all that stuff. So it's gonna be definitely a challenge. Yeah.
I think one more important thing that we can talk about is like in the IR18, one of the things you could use in the car was the usage of the anti-roll bars, the weight jackers. Those were important for you to kind of like survive around the lap, And in the IR01, because it is more of a formula-based car, like it was meant to originally when it was conceived by iRacing with partnership with Dallara, was conceived to be what would be the replacement of or the new generation of open wheel or top level open wheel challenge cars. So basically something that would generate high downforce, a lot of speed, something that would kind of like would go into the V10 realms whenever Formula One ran the V10s back in the early 2000s, to try to recreate that sense of nostalgia. But of course, break down a little from here, and eventually I think it was a good move for my racing to make it a hybrid car, transition this to the oval racing as well, but not having the tools, basically being a racer's car of sorts, I would say. I think that would be the accurate statement, right? And
Yeah, of
make
course.
it into a more how do you feel lap by lap car, and how do you navigate with that? Unlike, I think we could say even something within the realms of the IR, not the IR. I think that was the IR1 that Dallara made back in the day that used to run back in the early 2000s, 1990s before the DW12 came in.
Yeah, of course. So yeah, definitely gonna be something to get used to. Obviously, like you said, it's a racer's car, lap by lap. All these guys are gonna be more comfortable with this car, but yeah, definitely gonna be an adjustment, as always. So, but yeah, seems to be like right now we've already seen great racing so far in this race with Matt Knight and David Hall. Into turn 3, I believe, already showing us what this car can do. So yeah, they're definitely
Yeah,
great.
and it's gonna be really good. As I'm able to see Don Parks and Damien Colty out of the pit lane, so that's really good to see them out of the pit lane already, despite the issues that we saw early on in this race. Also, we have Brenton West in the pit lane with Paul Jones, so early pit stopper, something that we normally see sometimes in these early condition yellow flags, right? Whenever you have like first 5, 10 laps, because I think another topic that we're going to be talking about throughout this race is how effectively or how far does this car get in terms of fuel? Because another thing that they probably have in this car as well. I haven't gone into depth to see how this car goes into engine modes. You also had the engine modes in the IR18, and those, depending on how long you go, it could go up to 35 laps. We saw in the Indy 500 back in the old days over here at the Major Speedway 500. As you're going to get the green flag, is how long they can go and how effective the car can be. As pace car is going to come in right now, everybody just taking up the top lane, and I'll let you in this with your scoop here, Caleb, with this one, as our first restart green flag will be underway right now.
Yeah, David Hall definitely going to try to look for the overtake as soon as we go green. Matt Knight leads the way in the second restart. Looks like already some movers in the back. I think it could be Tyler Beeman in the back and Nathan Dowd. Nathan Dowd probably going to try to set up Tyler Beeman here in the back. Going into turn number 3. See if he can catch a slipstream. Have some teammates up ahead. And yeah, Nathan Dowd going to move down the inside, see if he can get something done. Yes, I predicted it. Turn 3, Nathan Dowd thinks twice about it and tucks back in right behind Tyler Beeman. So yeah, of course, definitely going to try to find the slipstream here from Nathan Dowd. Slipstream is important, like I said, but they have to make these moves cleanly. And up in the front, David Hall and Matt Knight already going at it. A little bit of swerving down the main straight, going into turn 1.
Yeah, going into turn 1, Matt Knight already covering David Hall's movement, and you can see there's a little bit of separation between both of them. The 152 managed to break away 0.3 of a second on David Hall. You do not see the number 10 coming in, but both of them already 0.8 of a second on Ken Lang and Tyler Beeman, and Nathan Dowd trying to move in with a little bit of a mistake from Beeman on the transition from turn number 1 to number 2 on the restart over here. Couldn't get the good run in, but I think that was a good move from Dowd. Just play patient. You're just on the green flag or first restart, 7 laps in. Why do you go for moves right now? I know it's a little bit difficult. You want to try to be closer towards the lead of 100%, but I think that was the right move for them as we are 7 laps in and just tuck in a little bit. Of course, the aero wash, like we said before, is really strong in these cars. Of course, they generate more higher downforce than the IR18 does because of bigger wings and everything else. But I think they're playing it very effectively here, playing their cars right. The over basically the over just being over on the gas, over basically. I'm trying to find the proper word. English is failing me as we're going to be seeing Beeman on the inside. Going to make that move on link. A little bit of a wheel touch nearly between the drivers. Now Tyler Beeman moves up into the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Tyler Beeman up into 3rd spot already. Seems like he was impatient behind Mr. Liang in front of him. And here we go. Nathan Dowd already making moves on Ken Tug Liang.
Us as well.
And still side by side into the back. Yeah, very, very good racing. And you were mentioning before, why are these guys looking for moves so quickly and so quickly into this race as these guys are swerving down the straight? Because they're racers. That's my easiest answer for you, Lorenzo. These guys are racing drivers, and they are going to want to go to the front as quick as they can, as the gap in front and between Knight and Hall already closing down. Yeah, these guys are racers, so they're going to want to get to the front as quick as they can. That's really my only explanation for that. They're gonna be racing the whole way through as we see a side-by-side action from the back. Seems to be from, if I'm not mistaken, Liang and Santos, I believe, or Clausen Santos in the back, already trying to go side-by-side down the back main straight, sorry.
Yeah, you can see now Klaus over here on the inside is going to make that be side-by-side on Lang. Lang is going to drop one more spot. Luke Santos trying to be a little bit more patient as the number 440 tries to play his moves, try to be a little bit more patient into the field and not going to make any moves unnecessarily, as now Lang with another blunder is going to be on behind. Santos already putting his wing on the left-hand side of Lang. Lang cannot do anything. Banks wanted to go for the 777 car to go for the move as well, but got covered by Santos coming into the corner. And now Luke Santos patiently, and that was the right move, goes into the 6, and meanwhile, now a separation now between not only these cars but also the second group forming between Beeman and Dallin, as they are now 6/10 away clear of this second of this third group rather of cars that have formed up right behind Klaus and Santos.
And it looks like we have a change for the lead again. Hall and Knight still going at it side by side down the back straight, coming into turn number 3. I think they're coming down the main straight now. They're about to be. And yeah, these guys are really fighting for the lead already early on in this race. 11 laps in, swerving down the main straight, trying to cut that slipstream off. And here we go, looking at the instant replay of the overtake for the lead, I believe, in between Hall and Knight.
Yeah, you're gonna see now Knight is gonna take a little bit of an inner line, but I think washed off a little bit to the outside. That opens up the door for Hall to make the move inside. Not too major difficulties for the number 10 to move in, as now Knight conquers back the lead into the main straight, and there's gonna be now the swapping of the leads. You know, Hall is gonna be in front one time. Now it's gonna be Mad Knight right after. You're gonna see now moves up and down in the lead to get that. Not only that, like I said, overcut and undercut strategies for the field strategies, and try to maximize those whenever you come into your first service in about, like, just say 20 laps times. That would be the average for these IRL1 cars.
Yeah, of course. These guys, I mean, it's very easy to wash out to that wall. Looks like going into turn number 2, these guys just over defended a little bit and washed out, opening up the inside. Good little switcheroo by Hall and Knight, switching each other back through turns 3, 4.
Wow.
Crash in the back.
And nearly a crash in the back with Beeman.
Yeah. Beeman seems like he swerved over very late, trying to look for the move down the inside, could not get it.
And lost momentum because of it.
Santos still charging forward. I don't think this is going to help him out too much. He has no slipstream. Side by side, not going to get it. And Knight and Hall still going at it.
Yeah, I thought Klaus is going to make some contact with Beeman on the outside of his car, but Klaus somehow, someway managed to make the move, goes into third place. But the problem is it brought all the group behind him closer and closer. So now we have a battle for third, fourth, fifth, and also sixth place. Eventually, nearly crashed behind the back as Lane nearly touches the back wing of Banks right there, and that was the bigger. Benefited from the issue that Santos had into the corner, and all the switching back of the places. You know, hot stuff over here. Only 15 laps in, and we're expecting the pit stop to come in about 15 to 17 laps for these guys. So it's heated up in the back, and we know sometimes heated up, even though it's early on in the race. Good for us commentators to watch this kind of stuff, as now goes into the inside of Beeman, but for them it must be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, for them, obviously, a lot of Euro swerving going on as well. All these guys are getting super racy early on. Definitely interesting to see these tactics. They could be working together and moving forward, but no, these guys want to race early on, no matter where it is. These guys are racers, like I said before, Lorenzo, and they're going to want to keep it going. As we see in the back already, more moves, going 3 wide in some of these turns. Crazy to see already. A little bit of wheel banging. See if you can get a switch back here. Not going to happen, but cuts off the guys behind, I believe, is Beeman and Klaus. More side-by-side action all the way through the field. Very, very, very good for us, like you said before, but is it good for them? Only we will find out is a couple laps from now.
You can even see, Jesus, Banks, because a little bit into the grass a little right there, nearly playing with danger. A little bit of a nearly contact between Santos, from what it looks like to be Santos, and also Inami. And nearly in closing disasters. Now Klaus is going to be going for 2 for 1. Is going to switch places with Dowd and moves back into third place.
Yeah, let's talk about Timothy Klaus here for a second. Already up 5 spots from the start of this race. Very good to see from him. Like I said, these guys have to charge forward as quick as they can. And Klaus is doing absolutely that in that 80 car. He's already going up, moving up in the field, trying to keep his nose clean, make the moves that he has to do, and not waste too much time with the guys behind. Nathan Dowd obviously going to struggle to try to get past them. And more guys losing position in the back. Ken Tink Lung obviously losing positions in the back as well. 4 down already. So something you don't want to see for this guy, but anything can happen in this race. It's super early, only 18 laps in, and a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, a lot of racing to go, and we still haven't done even our first pit stop properly, as Lang a little bit more aggressive on defending than I thought he would be at the start. But that's something you can do better. You can see the proximity of the cars is being very, very close to one another. As now Beeman goes 2 for 1, as both Dowd and Klaus have to lift off of the gas a little bit, going to turn number 3. Hall and Nye still up in the front, but already 2 seconds up on these guys already. So you know, might see some swap of the places. Now we see Santos covering behind. I think that looks like to be
And 3
Merce.
wide in the back. They touch wheels. Oh, a little bit of wheel banging, but they keep it together. Goodness gracious, that could have been bad.
That could have been disastrous between them. And as we're saying, they're playing with danger so far early on in the race, and only 19 cars within the lead lap. And to be very honest, I'm a fan of watching these battles going up in close between one another. But you still have 181 laps to contend with. You need to think about strategy a little bit over here.
Yeah, definitely strategy would be a big important part. See how they manage these tires. Obviously, a pit stop's gonna have to do a lot. It's gonna factor a lot.
Oh.
These guys are swerving down in a turn 1 and 2. Goodness gracious, getting very racy for that P3 spot, that podium spot with Beeman and Banks. Still super early in the race, but these guys are giving it all this early on.
And Klaus had to lift off a little bit over there, losing what was one. He lost 4 spots right now, going from 3rd to 7 in just a short sequence of turns, because of Beeman's washout to the outside and basically shoving him nearly into the wall. And now Banks, like I said before, the biggest winner in this early portions of the race. He was 7th place, now into 4th place, nearly contending for 3rd. As now Lingen down, nearly going side by side into turn number 1 and 2. Have to lift off a little bit. You can see now the track map a little bit behind how the fields is stacked up right now, with the top 2 running away from this can we see 12 car group that we're looking at the track.
12 car group is what it looks like, and Beeman's gonna defend down the inside, see if he doesn't wash out way too much. So Banks maybe can get a switch back here going into the last turn number 4 down the main straight. All these guys swerving down the straight, trying to break that toe from the guys behind, and these guys already trying to make moves, moving over. See if Banks can get the switch back here, maybe a little washout from Beeman. And he does not, but he's gonna have to slipstream down the back straight. But he looks very close to the back of Beeman's car already. Moves to the outside. They're gonna go side by side into turn number 3. See who's gonna be the beneficiary here. Still side by side. Is there gonna be a switch back possible? Down the inside still, Banks, and I don't think he's gonna be close enough to get it. But all that racing brings Lung all the way closer to Banks. Steve Lung's gonna have the run down into turn number 1, and he does, makes the move for P4.
But not sealed the
side
deal
by side. I spoke way too soon. Banks repasses Lung for that P4 spot, and yeah, these guys are insane racing. Very good to see from them.
And this is crazy, man. You know, Banks, you know, just lost momentum on the ground a little bit. Thought that Link's gonna make that move on him, but fortunately for him, as he managed to go ahead, and now a little bit of a switch back on the leads as Hall goes back into the lead, and we're looking at Stephen Banks out from Burrow Lake, and doing a really good job so far, as we see movers up in the back as well. But got closed up a little bit. Look what happened between both of them. I think they had to slow down a little bit, and now brings down the Tanner Beeman into the fray. We're going to look on the replay. What happened between maybe Knight and Hall coming to turn number 3 and 4, going to the back stretch, and on why both of them had to slow down and lost 2 seconds out of the blue going to turn number 1.
Yeah, brings them way closer to the guys in behind. The more these guys fight, the more it's going to bring the guy in behind closer together. As you can see, that gap already closing down. Banks closing in on Knight already. Going to try to overtake down the inside in the back straight. Not going to be able to get it done. But Knight down the inside. Ooh, a little bit of a lag there. Knight in the inside of Beeman. Is it going to stick? And he does. Banks, man, this is a nail biter. Banks already trying to make the switch back as well. This is great racing from them, and it looks like the guys, that 12 car train that we were talking about has closed down to the lead, and now this is a 12 car fight for the lead now. As you can see, the more the guys in the front fight and the more the guys in the back fight, the more they're going to get closer together. Those gaps are going to keep coming down.
Yeah, but we also saw a little bit of a washout from both Hall and Nye going to turn number 1. That's why it brought this field together as well, even though they're intense battling. And now you can see Banks on the inside trying to make the move, trying to get a really good run on Knight, but still staying side by side somehow, some way. The number 3 with the 777 gaining a little bit of an upper edge on the 152 as we're going to open up lap 27 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 14 cars, 15 cars nearly within basically a second and a half, still battling for P1. A little bit of a crash in the back now. Looked like to be McKinney having some issues, but still kept it on the track. But I don't know if he has some side pod damage on the right side of his car.
Yeah, and of course, one thing we haven't talked about is the change for the lead. Hall was in P1 of this race, and now he's all the way back in P4, losing 3 spots. Hall did make the move early on into that P1 spot. He started second, and now he's in. I believe he started on pole. But yeah, a little bit of a wall bang there, yeah.
Yeah,
as you said, McKinney slaps that wall. Yeah. Good to see he has no damage, but Matt Knight back into the lead of this race, but is still super close to the guys in front. Tyler Beeman trying to send it down the inside of Matt Knight, not going to be able to get it done. It's going to bring everybody back closer. The more they wash out to the wall, the more they open up opportunities for the guys sticking their nose down the inside, like here. Banks and Beeman still side by side.
Now you can see Beeman try to go for the move, blocked by Banks on the outside, on the inside of the car. Then the 777 still staying alive for the time being, but has 3 furious Mad C Racing cars behind now.
Side by side in turn 1, a little bit of a wheel banging. Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good between Banks and Knight right there, but now Banks has to yield the position to Knight on turn number 2. That it opens up the door for Beeman. You can see the car just reaching.
You can see the downforce and the toe. Yes, 246 miles per hour down the back straight. You can see the how effective the toe is down that back straight. Just sitting in the slipstream with the 2 cars ahead, and the more they fight, the more they're gonna let open up chances for Beeman to get back into the lead of this race, as he's led before.
255, and as we see, Banks on the inside makes the move on Knight, catches the lead, and now Knight has to fend off Beeman. Beeman has to lift off the gas, and Knight somehow, some way, still is in second place. But the question is for how long? How long does Knight stays in that second place? Because Beeman is looking to run, but will we have the switcheroo happening 2 for 1 over here?
It down the inside. Yeah, Knight sticks it down the inside, and Beeman still on the inside of Banks. Banks falls back into P3, and Knight back into lead of this race with Beeman with a full head of steam right behind him. Gonna try to send it down the inside into turn 1 on the main straight of Knight. Beeman does get the move done for now. Is it gonna stick into turn 1? And it does for now. Maybe a little bit of switchback from Knight. Going into turn number 2, a little crash on the back. Oh, collects McKinney. And more carnage in the back. Something you don't want to see. The yellow flag comes out lap 30. And the pace car is going to come back out on this race. I'm curious to see who it was. It seems like Bryce Roberts was involved in that crash, falling all the way down to 18th, losing 6 spots. And I don't know who else was involved, but it seems like a lot of cars were collected in that crash. Yeah. Very unfortunate for the guys in behind. Had nowhere to go.
Yeah, I saw Inani and Ling involved in that crash early on. I think the 3rd car might have been Bryce Roberts coming into the track. We're gonna look on the replay, see a little bit of a wheel-to-wheel contact between Klaus and Ling, and Ling just getting the short stick. What a deviation that looked like to be maybe Joshua Mertz coming into that inside that I had to deviate and managed to make a last split-second move for salvation. And now you can see Inani straight on the side pod of the number 37, and nothing he could do. And
yeah, it seems like
you're gonna see right after Bryce Roberts is gonna come in and try to deviate on the inside, but on the inside of turn number 2, but unfortunately making contact with Ling's car, and basically the race is already over for that number 37 car. We're gonna look at the 35 from his perspective now here, Caleb, on now.
Yeah, nothing he could do about that. Absolutely nothing. Feel really bad for Greg McKinney. He was having a good race, trying to work his way up from the back, and already down 10 spots. He started in 10th place, now all the way down to 20th.
As now we're going to see the cars coming in for the pit stop, and that was predicted here. Caleb, our first pit stop, and that was right around the margin of the cars coming in under the normal conditions I would expect here. But now we're going to be finally seeing who's going to come out on top and who's going to be moving up and down as those are within the lead lap. The pit stop makes wonders if you get that right. Pit stop's done for what it looks like to be Beeman and Banks coming in, but I couldn't get the position. Is going to be, I think, Banks, Hall, Knight, and Banks coming into the top 4/5 is going to be down, jumping up in a few spots, opening up the exit of the first set of pit stops. Yeah. So we're gonna be taking a little bit of a break. We're gonna be coming back real soon for the second restart here, the 11th running of the Major Speedway 500.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Somebody, anybody, really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
We're back with the 11th running of the Major Speedway 500 here in Grid Vision as the pace car is about to go out, and we're going to have our second restart. I'm Lorenzo Bonder with Caleb Viska and Austin Darbyshire as our producer and cams as pace car is in. Tyler Beeman, anytime he wants, he's going to ace this car into the paddle floor as we have our green flag second restart on the way.
Yeah, second restart on the way. And Beeman leads us off into the second restart of this race, lap number 36, and still a lot to play for here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, as we already had our first set of pit stops going on lap number 32, so the first normal service, you would say, for these cars done and dusted, as now Banks try to go up and early on Matt Knight outside for him. Will go the 777 and catching third spot is Stephen Banks with a marvelous race so far, coming into the mid-pack in the field and now into the top three. But of course, man, now we know he's not going to leave this quietly into the night, and we'll try to catch back P3. But the problem is there's two Mad Team Racing cars in front of him, Caleb, and he cannot rest for a second before these cars possibly break away from them, and the race could be dangerous if we still go this green flag all the way.
Yeah, of course, this race is still very much underway, and Banks and Knight still going at it with the guys ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, which is going to be really interesting to see move forward as we see Santos moving into the inside of Dowd, and maybe a switch back from positions between 5th and 6th as now Santos moving into P5, Dowd into 6th. Klaus have to relegate himself to 7th place after the pit stops, and you see a little bit of swerving. Hall nearly clipping the grass with the move from Beeman into defensive coverage as Banks nearly following suit. Knight have to relegate his car into the back wing of Banks of 777 and stay in 4th place as 38th lap will be open up in 2 seconds. .38 laps underway over here on the Major Speedway 500 on the 11th running of this race, as we see a little bit of a movers up and down as we're going to have now a switch of the lead as David K. Hall fighting with Tyler Beeman as the number 10 is going to have the run into the outside, finally making the move stick and going into the top spot of the running. Banks tried to take a little bit of an opportunity into the run to close down on Beeman, couldn't do it. But now Hall apparently runs into the wall and have massive issues for the number 10 as he's going to be relegated 4 spots, maybe 5 spots here in the field as we're going to look at the replay. What happened to the number 10? Was this contact with his teammate? Friendly fire underway. Caleb, what has happened over here between both teammates? And here we go, and now with we had a little bit of an issue, but now with a proper replay from David Hall, what has happened between them? Ran into the car, apparently. I'm slightly confused. It could have been a little bit of miscalculation from David Hall. What happened to the number 10 for him to run the wall, nearly grinding it, as now we're going to look into Damon Cote coming out of the pit lane and having a massive blunder, rejoining the acceleration out of the number 34 and making a mistake on the axis route of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as now Tyler Beeman is the leader of this race with a 30/100 of a gap on Stephen Banks out of the current running.
Yeah, and big swerving down the straight already, as we can see. Seems like tire warmth is very difficult here. As we can see, I think Knight got passed early on, and in the start of right after the pit stops, seems like his tires just weren't in that window yet and had no grip, trying to fend down the inside. And I don't know who ended up passing him, but whoever did had just so much more grip. And as you can see, exiting the pits, just having a spin there. It seems like there's no tire warmth here, but still a fight up in the front. Beeman and Banks, Knight, all these guys still very close, and Hall having a mistake, as you said before, really uncharacteristic of him, but it happens. It's racing, and we go 3 wide into turn number 1. It seems like Banks sticks it down the inside of Beeman, and Knight takes P1 right out of their hands.
Yeah, Stephen Banks coming in with a really good result so far, catching P1. You can see now the Brazilian Luke Santos trying to go for the P4, but couldn't get it done at the end of the day. David Hall moves back 1 spot, trying to go back into the top 3, but there is a Mad Knight right in front of him to prevent him going to the podium spot, as now we're going to open up now lap number 43, and you can see already the 777 covering into the inside, but there is not enough for the number 91 to catch the speed back and be within the back wing of the 777 and attempt for a move, but couldn't done because that was just on the entry of turn number 1.
Yeah, of course, Banks, Beeman, and Knight gonna go all in. You can see Banks swerving down the back straight, trying to break the toe from Beeman, and it just brings everybody else in. Hall right back up in P4, trying to keep charging forward. He's lost 3 spots here in this race, but he wants to get back up to the lead of this race where he's comfortable. Beeman, Knight, Hall, all challenging for the lead of this race, and everybody's going to be swerving down the main straight.
Ooh, look at Knight.
Mad Knight down the inside, looking make it a 2-1. He cannot, but he takes P2 out of Beeman's hands. And now Knight's going to be on the charge, trying to close down the gap to Banks, trying to get the lead back of this race. And you can see more swerving down the back by Beeman and Hall. Hall trying to send it down the inside of Beeman. Is it going to stick? It does not. Thinks better of it and sticks right back behind Beeman. Beeman going a little wide there in a turn number 3, coming in a 4. Knight trying to set the move up on Banks to get down the main straight, and you can see this gap is closing down. Beeman, Hall, and Knight side by side down the main straight. Banks covers off. Knight down the inside of Beeman. Is he going to get it done? He defends his position successfully, but for how long? How long will he be able to hold off Beeman?
Yeah, how long he's going to be able to hold off the pressure from Beeman and Hall. Hall trying to put some pressure on the outside, but the thing that saved Beeman for the time being was the draft, but not anymore. Hall goes into P3 now. Knight with a really good run onto the inside, side by side. Will gold them into turn number 4, but the triple
Down the
seven
main straight.
line, yeah, now down the main straight, we'll have an upper edge initially with the 152 with a 250 kph mph.
Seems like Knight into P1 down turn number 1. Knight back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, well done by Knight right there. As also we saw in the background, Luke Santos managing to cover a little bit of Timothy Klaus's movement right there as well. But not everything settled within this top 3. Now
Beeman made
racing.
2 for 1. Can Hall? He cannot. A little bit of wheel bang in there. Slaps the wall. Who was that? I believe that was Banks. Banks slaps the wall a little bit, but he's still in P3, keeps the car together, but that allows Knight to run off into the sunset with the lead of this race. But Hall still closing in. He's the big winner from all of this. Passes Banks and Beeman, who were side by side fighting, and Hall sends it down the inside of both of them. But all this fighting is going to bring Santos and Dance closer into the lead of this race.
Yeah, not only Dance, but also brings down Mookie Adolson and maybe Merce as well into the fray as well. So we have a 5-car scrap for the top 10 here as well. We haven't said too much about these guys outside of the top 5, but the battle is fierce between both of them. And one thing that I was noticing from what it doesn't look like to be a concern here as Klaus moves into the inside of Banks right now is tire wear. We know that tire wear, because you're playing within the draft ranges, back in the IR18, Caleb was an issue, like in terms of longevity. Of course, didn't rubber itself way too much, but of course the rears were basically shot if you didn't get a really good run at. And now Mookie Mason moves on Brenton West, moves into P11, but from what it looks like to them, what is tire wear? What is for them is a I know it's a rhetorical question, but for them, it's non-existent.
Yeah, that seems to be the case here. These guys still pushing forward, literally pushing to the max the whole way through. Seems like they could care less about tire wear. They care more about position. They care more about racing. They care more about bragging rights. These guys are racers, like I mentioned before. Tire wear out of the window. As long as these guys are racing, these guys are happy, no matter of tire wear. And it looks like Santos in the back, side by side with Dance. These guys have been switching together. The more these guys can work together, the more they can get closer to the lead, the less fighting they do. I think the more they're going to have a chance to maybe have a taste for the lead of this race, or even the podium places here as well. But yeah, most of these guys fighting. Looks like Hall and Beeman still switching positions. Looks like Knight could get the switchback. Cannot. He's still super close. He's right in the rear of Beeman. See if he can get it done down into turn number 3. These guys are still super close together. Yeah,
these two are super close, but here it comes Knight, and got the 3rd yellow flag as it is opened up. It looks like to be Brenton West involved.
Yeah, Brenton West moving down already into 16th, and we have a full caution on lap 50. I think that's 3 cautions already, if I'm not mistaken. These guys, you can just see there's racing all around this tight pack field. All these guys are racing all the way through. Great racing, and yeah, it seems like he just had a spin there. Yeah, collects. Yeah, seems like Sebastian Jackson and Brenton West were collected in that crash. Seems like he just had a bit of a spin there, maybe overshot in a turn number 2, I believe it was, and yeah.
Yeah, and so far, no clear runs. You're going to look into another angle right here into this yellow flag. As you see,
yeah, it seems like he just lost the rear there, yeah.
Completely lost the rear, and Jackson, who was just right behind him, really close to him, couldn't do anything whatsoever. No blame on Jackson to make that contact for the number 87. It's highly unfortunate. It's the nature of these cars sometimes. Even when you get like early on damage and repair everything, doesn't mean it's gonna be, translated to okay, the car is 100% into full race condition. So nothing you could do right there, for the number 87 to to get out of the way of Brenton West.
Yeah, it seems like that rear just stepped right out of him. I wonder if we can see an onboard here. We can see if it looks like he tried to correct it, but yeah, obviously whenever you lose a rear like that's going to be super hard to try to, yeah, looks like we're going to get an onboard here of that. Yeah, tries to correct it, but just gets collected in the back. I don't think, I believe, I don't know who was behind, was it Brenton West, I think, in the crash? I don't know who it was, but looks like either Sebastian Jackson or Brenton West could not get out of the way of the car in front. Yeah, so very unfortunate for them. Looks like that's the race for them.
This is the interesting part for me right now. We're seeing the lead cars come into the pit lane, do some pit stops. Everybody within that car, within that field, is gonna do that right now. We're gonna see who's gonna be the biggest winners and losers over here. As now Hall comes out of the pit lane. From what it looks like to be Dan's coming out of the pit lane. He's going to jump a few spots. He's going to jump maybe 2 to 3 spots. It's going to be Jonathan Dan's coming from behind. He's going to be probably the biggest winner over here. As biggest loser from what it looks to be might be Banks or even Dowd on this circumstance.
Yeah, of course. You know, the pit stops are very important. It's already lap 52. These guys are coming back into the pits. Obviously, you can take advantage of these pit stops during the cautions. It's going to have a lot into play. So yeah, the more yellow flags, the more free pit stops these guys are going to get. And once they see the guy in front pull the gun and try to put those new tires on, everybody else is going to follow. So the leader is really dictating the pit stops here. And yeah, nobody's going to want to be on older tires and be a victim to all the guys on the fresher tires in behind. So they're gonna all take advantage of the free pit stops here.
Yeah, you know what's more interesting for me is how does this translate into full race pace? You know, and I'm saying, like, whenever you go into a full stint under green flag, how does that translate to the end? Because if you still go green flag all the way to the end, the first question needs to be, how long does this car can take in terms of fuel under green flag conditions? We haven't had a proper running with green flag for the time being, right? So where do they stand whenever we first come into our pit stops? As probably the first green flag is going to be around lap 54 to 55. I'll just say lap 85, and we count 30 laps down. That final pit stop could be crucial whenever we are probably talking to who's gonna win this race. And from what it looks like in terms of proximity, you could have like up to 5, 6, 7 cars battling for the win of this race when it's all said and done under crunch time.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, these guys are going to be fighting for the lead of the race. It depends on the fuel loads. These guys have the engine modes, they have the car, and these guys are going to be pushing. So yeah, at the end of the race, whenever it comes down, if we are still under green, the pit strategy is going to be super important. Who comes in first, the amount of fuel they have in the car. Obviously, the more amount of fuel they have, the slower they're going to be, and the different the car is going to react, obviously. So yeah, definitely, like you said, Lorenzo, it's going to have a lot to do here to see who will be the smartest here and pretty much play their game. Whenever if we do end up finishing on green, it's all going to come to play. Who's going to be the lightest at the end, and who's going to have that just amount of fuel to win this race. So yeah, very important, like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. As a pace car is about to go in, so David Hall is going to be the one leading us out on our third restart over here for our first start overall of the 11th running of the Major Speedway 500. Pace car is in, so David Hall now controls the grid. Whenever he decides to go out, will be his way to go. As we get green flag, we are underway for the fourth restart, or the fourth start of this Majors 500.
Yeah, it seems like further back, Santos already taking a look down the inside. Luke Santos on that restart, his car was all the way to the left. He wasn't in the line into the slipstream. It looks like he wanted to make a move on the guys ahead of Timothy Klaus, but seems like he automatically lost out a little bit there, but he's bringing it all the way back, and he's right on the rear of Timothy Klaus going into turn number 3 and further up. The fighting is going to continue. We have Hall, Knight, Beeman, Dance, all these guys moving up. Dance, obviously the big winner in the pit stops, like you said, moving up 5 spots. It seems like he was further back whenever it came to that yellow, but it looks like he was the big winner. And Knight already taking a look down the inside of David Hall, and he gets it. New tires for David Knight, pretty much the whole field. So obviously the grip is going to be there for these guys, and they're going to be pushing to the max on these tires.
And not only that, it's going to be really interesting how those guys in the back of the field that had issues like McKinney, Ling, Bryce Roberts, and Don Parks that we have seen into the start of the broadcast. Up in the front, we saw McKinney have issues on the second restart whenever Ling had his car run destroyed, and that is an understatement if I have to say one. Um, Basically, saving now into the lead lap. You know, they got a fast repair. They used it as now Dan's going to P3, and I really want to touch on that as in a little bit because the fight is fierce in between over the track and everyone in the track. As now we have a
there's a crash in the back. Seems like
That's
Joshua Mertz and Shane Bowen, I believe, get collected in the back. And we go yellow once again at lap 56, I believe 2 laps after. And yeah, seems like it was Banks and Mertz already collected on the restart.
Yeah,
See
we're
the
gonna look
replay
at the
here.
replay.
See what happened here.
Not all by himself, from what it looks like.
Seems like further ahead, these guys are fighting, and
Oh
no, just
my
washes
God.
out. Washes out.
Dang.
Washes out completely. Seems like, and yeah, everybody else in the back just gets collected. Seems like guys further ahead were trying to slow down, and they just all get collected. But look who's back in a play. Greg McKinney moving up to 10th place. Being the big beneficiary here. Obviously, as we saw him fighting further up earlier on in this race. Yeah, seems like whoever that was in the yellow car tries to close down, and they just come together. Obviously, there isn't. Seems like just didn't see him coming there on his rear, and yeah, more cars get collected as some slow down right up into the rear of others.
Yeah, but I think there's another factor we can talk about over here as well, Caleb, is the fact that you can see Shane's car before the crashes. Now we're looking into Shane Bell and as well from the 954 is that Banks's car gets intensively loose on the entry of
Yep.
turn 2. Probably contact with Luke Santos. We're going to look right now as they open up the track, and now you can see his car gets loose, probably washed out.
Yeah, with Santos, yep.
34 miles per hour, right? Car simply makes contact with the car of Joshua Mertz, and we saw right there what was the ending of some of the drivers, as those who didn't pit this time around are gonna make the pit stop, since now they managed to conquer back their lead lap as Dole Dawson, Greg McKinney, Ken Ling, Bryce Roberts, Poe Jones, and David Hanger, and these guys. For them, this white flag, it's not white flag, but this yellow flag was a blessing in disguise for them because
Yeah,
they
of
were
course.
on older wheels, last fuel, gambled on something, and for them, it paid off immensely.
Seems like it worked out for them. Now they're gonna have to work their way from the back of the grid. Obviously, the top 10 deciding to stay out. Seems like Knight, Hall, Dance, and Beeman all decided to stay out. And the guys in the back are gonna pit. They're gonna be on the fresher tires. Obviously, they're gonna have that fuel in them to be able to last. But the thing is, they're gonna have to try to work their way up through the traffic. They're obviously gonna be on a little bit fresher tires than the guys ahead, but they're gonna try to work their way up. And yeah, definitely all to play for here still, but they're gonna have to work their way up and make it do it cleanly, as we said before, Lorenzo. If they can keep their noses clean, then they're gonna be the big beneficiaries in this yellow flag. Obviously, a lifeline for them with this caution.
Yeah, 100%. And I think this is a good opportunity for us to talk about Jonathan Dents a little bit. You know, a guy that in this race, it is that thing. I think that's why in the Indy 500 for me is majestic, mystical. Is that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you begin. It's kind of like the 500-mile races of sorts. You had that in the U.S. at 500, the Daytona 500, and the Indy 500 is as well. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter where you start. It matter where you finish. And even if you are right down at the back, right, you are in last place. If you just play your cards right, you might get a chance for you to be into maybe a top spot. And Jonathan Dents, if I remember correctly, he started, I think, in P18 in this race when we had the green flag, our first green flag. And now look at him, 15, 16 spots up and into the top 3 in between the two Matsumoto racing cars of David Hall and Tyler Beeman.
Yeah, obviously the positions are gonna change around here. Obviously, you can't win this race on the 59th lap. You can't win this race in turn number 3 of the 59th. Like it's not gonna happen this early on. The winner of this race is whoever can pretty much put it all together when it comes to that white flag. Whoever can put it all together at the checkered, that's when it matters the most. These guys aren't gonna win the race now. Obviously, we have still so many laps to go. 140, I believe. We have 140 laps to go, and these guys aren't going to win the race yet. They have to keep it clean. They have to keep it together, and still a lot to play for here. So it all depends on who's going to keep it together, who's going to keep it clean, and that's who's going to be the big winners here. Obviously, the more crashes there are, the more lifeline, and the more people that get back into this race. Obviously, the guys in the back, Jackson, West, Bowen, Mertz, and Coatley, I believe, all a couple laps down. Seems like they crashed early on as well. But yeah, these guys are laps down. It seems like we're going to go green here shortly. The pace car is in. Knight's going to lead us off. It's going to go green here shortly. The green flag is out, and we go racing here again on lap 60 of the Indy 500 at the Major Series.
Yeah, so
Knight and Hall.
Yeah, good launch over here from Hall and all, as we have a really good also launch from Santos, trying to catch his position from Dowd and Klaus, but Klaus managed to cover him off on turn number 1. Dance try to follow suit, didn't lose a lot of ground to both of these cars as well here, Caleb, but so far at this first 3 set of corners that we raced on, and we're about to finish up the first restarted lap, doing so good this far for everybody, as we see no major changes for positions, but this might change as Dance is going to have the outside and is going to make the move, going to go into the P2 spot at the number 93.
Yeah, and Dance already 7 spots up from where he qualified. Very good to see from Jonathan Dance. Going to chase down Matt Knight already. And as you can see, the more crashes there is, the more cautions. It's going to bring more guys like Jonathan Dance up in this race. It's going to give him more chance to fight for podiums and maybe even the victory here for Jonathan Dance. And further on in the back, we see guys going side by side. I believe that's Dowd and Klaus, if I'm not mistaken here. Seems like they're right behind the P4 of Beeman. And yeah, there's racing all around here, as we can see further up. Seems like this is going to be Dance and Hall side by side. Who's going to get it into turn number 1? They're still side by side going into that small straight into turn number 2. Hall still trying to get it through the outside of Dance, and he does get it, and that brings Beeman right back into play.
Yeah, and what to talk about Beeman, having a stellar race so far, going up and down the field, but still staying within that top 5. I think he hasn't dropped from the top 5 at this current moment of this race. 225 goes that car, and it is insane to talk about. Thinking these cars. This is something that for a beginner that is used with the IRA 18s. I'm not used to seeing these cars going 230, 236 miles per hour average sometimes around these corners like the IR18 does. Like the downforce, even though for them it looks like it does exist, but for them to go 230 mph down the corners for me is insane, as Dowd now has to defend from Luke Santos eventually from trying to attack as well. Tyler Beeman going into turn number 3 and 4.
Yeah, of course, and as you were saying, these cars reach incredible speeds. They're going 220 through turns 1 and 2. 220 is what the max speed that F1 cars go, and these guys are doing this on the Indy 500 racetrack, which is absolutely insane to even talk about, to even think about. That the top speeds that these cars are possibly hitting down back straight is 260. They're close to getting to that 260 mark, but this just shows the quality of these drivers and the control that they have to control this speed is absolutely insane to talk about. And the fact that they can race and deliver great racing week in, week out in these cars is absolutely amazing.
It's great to see, as nearly committed the cardinal sin. I'll keep my microphone muted as Luke Santos is trying to move into the inside of Dowd right there, as he managed to do it because Dowd washed out a little bit, moves into P5. The Brazilian of the number 440 car, now you can see right in front of him is going to be Tyler Beeman, as the 440 try to makes usage of the momentum to see the inside. Does he go for the move? There's a little bit of contact. He spins around.
Yeah, they made contact. Santos into the wall. It's going to bring out the caution again, and he's sliding onto the left side of the track. Hopefully the guys behind can avoid him, and they can't. more collisions and more carnage into this race, and Santos, who is having a great race thus far, is back into the pits and gonna try to get a quick repair here. Seems like him and I believe was Beeman just get together. And yeah, seems like Santos was trying to claim his ground on the inside, and they were literally giving none of it. And Orslin, I
Ow.
believe, or I don't know who it was, but yeah, just collect more guys up ahead, and Santos into the wall, and more carnage all the way back through the field. Let's see. I think it's Santos, Shane Bowen, Joshua Mertz again, and Steven Banks. Joshua Mertz cannot catch a break today,
Yeah.
as he is involved again in this crash. Seems like he was just a bystander here, just trying to work his way through, and happens to collect Luke Santos. Yeah, it seems like he
Yeah.
got loose, and Joshua Mertz going airborne here. Obviously, very unfortunate for him. But yeah,
Yeah, that is completely unfortunate for all of them. You can see that from Bowen's perspective, he doesn't even have a reaction moving forward, right? We're gonna look from the aerial cam from both of them. The yellow flag is out. You can see that as soon as the yellow flag come out, you're gonna see the car in front of him. So even if you try to slow down, you're gonna see a spinning Luke Santos, unpredictable spinning around the track, and nothing they could do in terms of anticipating where the crash is, and the collateral crash happening between the both of them. And as we see everybody within that lead lap coming to the pit stop, while we see a. All right. Here's the thing. I need you to define the best definition for Santos cars right now. What can you define that car cast of Luke Santos car? I'm trying to find a definition for it, and I cannot make up one.
yeah. I mean, I can't really say much, but yeah, Luke Santos, obviously very unfortunate. Slams into that wall. Trying to stake it down the inside, cannot get the move done. It seems like they just turned in on him, and yeah, very unfortunate for Santos. But man, he's wheelless here. No wheels in the back, no wheels in the front. Seems like he's gonna get a quick repair here, and he's gonna be on his way.
Yeah, luckily for him, he does get a fast repair on, and goes back into the track, because I think the best thing you could do make out of that car is basically a bobsled or something like it.
Yeah,
It
that's
looks
pretty.
really great.
That's pretty much what that car looked like. Look, a little bobsled, or maybe even when you go sledding in the winter. If you're from, I'm from Texas, so there's no snow over here. But if you're from a place with a lot of snow, that's you could use Santos's car to go sledding in the snow or tubing, whatever you may want to do. Literally, a bobsled is what Santos' car got turned into there, and he's gonna work all the way back from P17, 11 spots down to where he qualified. Obviously, very unfortunate for him. He was making moves for the podium places, and now he's gonna have to work his way up from there. And I think he's he's a lap down at the moment, so obviously not going to be the best situation for him, but he's going to have to work his way up.
Yeah, which is still manageable to do that, as we see now. Both Sebastian Jackson and Brenton West now getting the waiver out from the pace car as he turns the light off. We're gonna have our fifth restart real soon for this major speedway 500 split 2. I'm Lorenzo Bondra with Caleb Visca with Austin Derbyshire in our production booth, and talking about, you say, those lads and everything. I'm Brazilian, but I live in Portugal. I see zero snow. I think the only one who maybe actually might be have the authority to talk about this is our producer, um, Austin, since he's in Canada right now. So I think he does see some cold right there instead of us, and especially now with the end of we're nearly ending spring. We're right in the middle of the spring, and I know spring in Texas does get a little bit hot.
Yeah, it's piping hot over here. I can tell you, we are at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I think the rest of the world is in Celsius, but yeah, very hot over here. No snow, never any snow over here unless, there's a Christmas miracle or something. It's usually a Texas winter. We have pretty much 80, 90 degrees Christmases over here. And yeah, never see something like Santos's car. Never be using one of those unless we go up further north.
Yeah, which is insane. Yeah, look at. Oh God! As we're getting notice of the weather of our producers, we got a green flag, our fifth restart is underway as David Hanger, of all people, we never mentioned him properly on the broadcast, and McEnany as well, lead us off for this 5th restart of the Major Speedway 500.
Yeah, and let's just talk about this. David Hanger up 19 spots from where he qualified. We're going to see Greg McKinney and David Hanger go at it already on the restart of this race. Down the back straight, turn number 3, and McKinney gets up into P1 of this race already. From we saw his crash early on. He got that quick fix, and he's now in the lead of this race. But I believe the lead guys, David Hall, Matt Knight, and everybody else behind him, Tyler Beeman, Timothy Klaus, all these guys choosing to pit, and the guys ahead that are in the lead of this race, Greg McKinney, David Hanger, and Jonathan Dance and David Hall decided not to pit, or I don't know if they did pit. I'm not too sure here. But yeah, Greg McKinney and David Hanger, see how long they can hold off the fast charging guys in the back.
Yeah, which is going to be really interesting, that tire effect as well. Dance is 1.3 seconds behind. The guys in the back are still battling for positions as Knight goes into the inside of Hall. Hall is going to lose some ground a little bit. He's going to lose 4th spot to Matt Knight. The Australian moves up 1 spot as now Nathan Dowd tries to move in one more. David Hall is from the lead into 5th place. Now does the switcheroo back once again. And one guy we talked about a little bit now into the top 10, into nearly the top 5 has been Julian Mookie, starting to P11, and now where he's look at his react into the top 6, into the top 10 position, nearly top 5, 7th place for now into the Australian driver running that number 39 car.
Yeah, obviously very good to see Julian Mookie up into the P7 spot, up 4 places from where he qualified in P11. So yeah, very good to see more guys coming in, challenging for podium spots and top 5 here, top 10 even with a good set of points here. And it seems like Julian Mookie's going to be under pressure from Tyler Beeman already, who I believe, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong here, Lorenzo, but I believe Tyler Beeman did pit for new set of tires while the guys ahead did stay out.
No, he did pit for tires. Basically, everybody bar Dance, Hall, Hanger, and McKinney did not pit for. Pitted for tires into this last pit stop. So for me, what is interesting for them is now Dance comes into the fray as well. The first manages to claw back a few moments as we're looking to Colty's perspective right now. He's a lap back, so he's not even into contention, but still battling to maintain that position into the track. I think that it's going to help maybe Dance into the long run if he stays over there to help the 3rd spot, come in, make the overtake, use him as his link shot of sorts, and eventually be within the reaching ranges of maybe overtaking David Hanger and McKinney. But for me, what's important, they're keeping the choose healthy, and I see, believe it or not, I say healthy of sorts because I think they're playing the strategy perfectly of keeping Hall, Knight, Dowd, and everybody else in the back behind them into bay, because there's no proximity from any of them for the time being.
Yeah, of course, and as we see the guys up ahead, Hanger, McKinney, they're definitely going to have to try to pull away here from Dance and Hall, who are still behind him. Still, McKinney got a little loose there in the back, and he's going to send it down the inside of turn number 3 on Hanger, and McKinney into the lead of this race, beats Hanger out into turn number 3, and he is in the lead of this race, going into turn number 4, and yes, McKinney in the lead of this race, with Dance, Hall, and Knight, who have been fighting for the lead of this race the whole way through, still fighting. Seems like Dance is going to move down the inside, and Hall still going to try to stick it down the inside, and he cannot. But can we talk here for a second about Knight and Hall? Both of these guys have been racing all for the entire 75 laps since this race started, and these guys haven't had a single issue. Hopefully I don't jinx it here, but the respect in between these two guys is absolutely insane. So no issues in between both of them, and it's very great to see that these guys are very respectful, and they have been racing the way that they have and given us an absolute spectacle here.
Yeah, that is really good to see. And don't worry about jinxing people. If there's one guy that knows to jinx people, it's me. So don't worry about that. We like to say the commentator's curse is not real. Trust me, it is real. It's very real. I am the living embodiment of a commentator's curse. But as we see a little bit of contact from Beeman on the wall, but I don't think that is enough to make any damage into the number 91 car. He still stays on the track, but still 2 seconds behind Jonathan Dance, which is the first of the 3 cars. Yeah,
Seems like
which is
Knight's gonna
amazing.
send it down the inside of Hall into turn number 3, going into 4. Is he gonna be able to fend off Hall, who is right behind him, still charging fast? And this is all gonna bring Beeman into play. These guys are very close, right up the gearbox of
Not as well.
Knight. And here we go, Beeman down the inside of Knight, and he's gonna get the position for now. Going into turn number 4, he's gonna still be there on the inside. See if Knight's gonna get a good run down the outside. He cannot, but he's gonna be in the slipstream of Beeman still. And Hall gonna try to make a move in between both of them. Is he gonna be able to split them? He does not. But Beeman, the big loser here. Knight and Hall running off with the P4 spot, and Hall still right behind Knight, fighting down the main straight.
Yeah, I thought that Hall was going to force a tree wide going into turn number 3, but unfortunately, unfortunately for him, he didn't cause that. But unfortunately for him, he's going to get a 2-for-1 moving forward. So Hall going from 5th into 3rd spot. So that is really good for him, nearly causing contact into the front wing of Matt Knight right there. As sorry, that is Beeman moving up into Matt Knight's spot. Now we can see still a lot of separation between both of them, but more importantly is going to be Jonathan Dance joining the top 2 and is now going to be a threat to Hanger and McKinney.
Yeah, it seems like McKinney going to send it down the inside on Hanger. David Hanger going to have to yield to McKinney, who is on a charge here, back into P1 of this race, into turn number 1. Turn number 2 now. Seems like he has a good run out of turn number 2, down in the back straight. Seems like McKinney is going to have a good run, and Henger's not going to be able to make a move. Or maybe I spoke too soon. I don't think I did, and Henger does stay behind. But as we saw before, Hall, Knight, and Beeman, they were about to go 3 wide into turn number 3, and we can see the racecraft from Hall. David Hall, a lot of respect to you, buddy. Very good racecraft. He avoids getting sandwiched in between Beeman and Knight, who are obviously fighting for that P4 spot. And yeah, Hall obviously going to be the big winner here. If he can keep it clean, Knight as well, Beeman as well. All these guys have shown us great racing thus far. Hope to keep seeing it. And as you said, Lorenzo, hopefully we don't jinx these guys, because the commentator curse is real. As Knight down the inside, still on the outside of Beeman. Beeman on the inside, keeps that 4, but for how long? And Hall loses up position to Dawson, as Dawson in the number 4 car moves up 9 spots already in this race. Very good to see from him. And McKinney down the inside of Hanger again. Is this move going to stick? And there are more moves going all the way through the field. Very good to see. Very racy here in the Indy 500.
And very racy, but more importantly, look at the work you're doing, Knight, Dawson, Hall, and Dowd as well. They're catching spots, as now Dawson and Hall are probably going to swap positions. And McKinney moves back into the lead. Dance now into 2nd spot, Hanger into 3rd. You can see, I think Colty's car is also giving them a little bit of his lane shot as well, so he's helping him, giving them tow. So Beeman now from 4th place. That was 2 seconds behind. Now nearly 3/10 of a second behind is going to be, as now Jonathan Dance moving to the lead finally after 82 laps. And contact in the back from what it looks like, but it's still no yellow flag for the time being called. From what it looked like to be, that was Hall involved. And from what it looked like to be, that was probably involvement with the back marker out of Colty going to turn number 1.
Yeah, obviously coming into turn number 1. Looks like they encountered a bit of traffic there by Hall, already down to P8. Hall 7 spots down from where he started. So he's going to have to try to work his way back up, as we're going to see the replay here of what happened to, I believe it was Hall. Yeah, a little bit of back marker traffic, I believe it seems to have been. And yeah, definitely going to be important to maneuver their way through the traffic for the guys up in the lead, as they're going to catch some of the slower guys in the back. But we keep going. We keep racing here, as Greg McKinney, Jonathan Dance, all these guys are still fighting their way through this traffic. And Beeman back into the lead of this race, as we see a Knight back into P3. Jonathan Dance down into P4. Henger, who was leading this race for a little bit, up 15 spots. He's down back into P5. And we have a yellow. Who is it? Don Dolson, I believe, who was high up there. I think Don Dolson got caught out. Oh, David Hall, man, I am super sorry. I feel like I jinxed you now. I was talking a lot with Lorenzo about how he was keeping it clean, how this guy was maneuvering his way through, and seems like the luck ran out. And yeah, it seems like he just washed out and collected the guy in front and slams right up against the wall. So very unfortunate for David Hall to see him hit that wall. Yeah, very unfortunate for David Hall, who had it clean this whole way through.
Oh, I committed this in. Yeah, we're going to be looking over here in the replay because I wanted to see from his cockpit perspective. From what it looks like, try to stay way too close from my point of view into Dow's back wing over here. Caleb, and unfortunately just caught himself off guard coming into the arrow wash off turn number 3, and Dawson couldn't do anything whatsoever. And some people can say you can blame it on the back marker. And this is an argument I don't think that should be made because, of course, Colty is a back marker. But the thing is, the Indianapolis 500, and more importantly in oval races, there is no yellow flag, as everybody's going to commit for the pit stop. So this is going to be important as we see now McKenney into his pit stall, and everybody else is going to come in. So we're going to see winners and losers in a short bit over here. But this is the important part of we do not blame this on the back marker just because he's still trying to fight there for his spot, as now Dance is going to come out in front of McKenney as now there's a few other spots. Beam, I think, moves up to 2 spots from his previous position prior to the yellow flag, and also Hanger manages to keep himself into the top 5.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, I would not blame this on the back marker. As we know in IndyCar, that back markers aren't, it's not mandatory for them to move. As we know, the leaders have to race through the back markers. If the back markers want to race, they're going to race for the position. And the guys in the lead have to earn. These back markers don't have to move out of the way, as we see in IndyCar for these guys. There's no blue flags. So yeah, I wouldn't blame it on the back markers. Definitely the lead guys have to work their way through, maneuvering through the traffic, and they have to get through one way or another. And obviously, it seems like David Hall was just caught out. Seems like he overcooked it a little bit into turn number 2, I believe it was, and slams the wall into the back straight. So
yeah, unfortunate right there for Hall. Still has his fast repair to choose, so he's definitely going to get that fast repair. He's going to be the first car outside of the lead laps. Is going to be in 17th place. David Hall, but we've seen time and time again, because we're having so many yellow flags in this race. I think this is our 6th yellow flag in this running. No green flags for the time being for all of the cars running to the track. As we can see, the track pays its dividends as Colty, now Santos, are going to get their lap back, gonna be into the lead lap of sorts. They were the cars that got the wave around just now for the pace car, so it's going to be interesting to see how does Luke Santos come back into the fray. We see him being racy so far into this race here, Caleb. So as soon as you get the green flag going for the restart, is how aggressive is going to be Santos out of the gate coming into the restart, and more importantly, what kind of work does Danson McKenney will do, because they were doing really good work. Well, McKenney with Hanger were doing a phenomenal job. About 12, 13 laps, nearly half of the stint, keeping those guys from the second group out of the bay. I think Colty managed to be that extra outside factor to bring the group a little bit closer, generating that draft. But let's see how the restart will pan out in about 2 corners.
yeah, of course, like you said, McKinney and Henger were doing a very good job for the majority of this stint, keeping the fast guys at bay, of Knight, Hall, and a couple other guys, Beeman as well. They were keeping them at bay for as long as they could, and obviously the more they were racing, the more they brought those guys in. But props to McKinney, who's up 8 spots. We saw him crash early on in this race, but he's fighting for the lead of this race again, as we're about to get the green here with Johnston Dance is going to lead us away. 8 spots up from where he qualified, so very good to see from him. But Tyler Beeman has been fast all night, and it's going to be interesting to see what he can do here right now, as Tyler Beeman, and we have some guys in the back moving moving already, and we get the green here, and we're underway in lap 87 of this Indy 500 of the major series. Jonathan Dance leading it away from Greg McKinney, Tyler Beeman, David Hanger, Matt Knight, Nathan Dowd, Julian Mookie, and all the way further down, Don Dawson, Timothy Klaus, Ken Leong wrap up our top 10 from very racy guys. And as you were saying before with Santos as well, he's going to try to work his way up the field, as he was involved in a crash, but he looked very fast, very quick, and he's going to just try to work his way up as he is back on the lead lap.
Yeah, which is interesting to think about how this race has panned out. I think the checkup might have been, I think, from Sebastian Jackson and maybe and Jones on the restart right there. That I think that's why Jackson went to the far inside lane, as we see battle between Dowd and Hanger coming into turn number 2. That probably is going to give the edge to Dowd for the time being, but you can even see Dolson trying to find the position. Maybe you can see also Mookie and Klaus cooking in for something moving forward, but that could be very dangerous. Nearly 3 wide running into turn number 3. Still side by side will be Hanger and Dowd coming in, but so far Hanger having the upper edge and will bring a horde of cars nearly running to the wall. Will be Dolson as they form 3 wide, and Dolson will have the upper edge on everyone.
Yeah, great racing, as we can see here. Dawson, Hanger, Dowd, all these guys fighting for position here. But man, all this racing that they're doing in the back just lets Beeman chase the front guys even more. Beeman, Knight, McKinney, and it seems like Dance coming into the pits, I believe. So that's gonna give the lead to McKinney here in this race. Very interesting strategy from Dance and McKinney. Oh, I believe Dance didn't go into the pits, but McKinney's still right behind Dance, I believe. And see if he's going to try to make a move down here into turn 1. He thinks twice of it, and Knight still right behind McKinney. Knight's been fighting for the lead of this race all night long. No pun intended. But yeah, Knight still trying to keep the guys behind him at bay. As we know, Beeman very quick. Dolson has been very racy as well, up 10 spots from where he qualified. Very good to see from Dolson. And all these guys are just going to keep coming back in. The more cautions there is, the more opportunities there is all the way down in the field. As we can see Dolson here fighting with I don't know if that's Dawson, but Hanger, Klaus.
Yeah,
all these guys
so
still fighting.
Yeah, all of them still fighting. You can even see Mookie trying to go look for an opportunity to try to make a move, but that is down on the inside of Hanger. That is making the move. Done and dusted for Mookie, for Klaus. That is now nearly Mookie doing the move. There you go, 1 up for him. So you can see now that looks like to be Dowd losing a few spots, but actually that is Hanger losing 1, 2, 3, maybe potentially 4 spots for Hanger. So the A1 car not having the best restart so far, but still within a reachable racing range on the top 10, as we're going to see the swap for the lead, as McKinney is going to move into the top spot with Jonathan Dance behind.
Yeah, and McKinney obviously back into the lead of this race with Jonathan Dance behind, and Knight still very racy behind, trying to find a move down the inside in turn number 3 on Dance. Jonathan Dance, will he be able to keep the P2 spot? And Knight seems to take it away from him, but this brings one of the fast guys back into play. Beeman, Tyler Beeman, been quick all night long as well. He's going to try to chase down Knight, as Knight tries to stick it down to McKinney, and fighting all the way through. Dolson still here, Dance still here, and all of these guys fighting for that P3 spot. The podium very important here on lap number 93. These guys are still racing. As I said before, these guys are race car drivers, and they're going to race all 200 laps of this.
Yeah, absolutely. As we still see Dolson tried to go for a 2-for-1, but it was actually covered up by Beeman into the entry of turn number 1, so just couldn't get the spot of Dance into the entry of the corner at the previous lap and the start of the lap. But now opening up lap number 94 as we're approaching halfway mark of this race. Now you can see Dolson into the inside, using the draft the best way he can. Does he go for a 2-for-1 over here? Still the inside of McKinney. He's going to make the move. 2-for-1 for Dolson. Take a bow, moving from 4th to 2nd place in just 1 corner.
Exactly. Don Dawson, the number 4 car, up 13 spots from where he qualified. So very good to see from him. But Knight back into the lead of this race. And still very racy, Matt Knight and Don Dawson. Don Dawson, we were saying props to him in the lead of this race for the first time tonight, I believe. Don Dawson passes Matt Knight, but for how long can he stick to the lead of this race? Down into turn number 1, onto the main straight. Knight still right behind Don Dawson. Seems like Knight snatched the lead away from Dawson. But man, Don Dawson moving to turn number 3, gets the lead of this race for just a quick little bit there. But yeah, Don Dawson makes the move on Matt Knight into turn number 3, and in a 4 makes it stick really. So very good to see from Don Dawson, up 14 spots to where he is, and I believe he's back in the lead of this race. Matt Knight's still very quick behind him, but these guys are gonna fight all the way through. As you can see here, the replay of turn number 1. These guys are still racing very hard.
Yeah, and you can even see the move back from Beeman into McEnany. Now Beeman is going to be the guy that is going to go 2 for 1 side by side with Dawson in turn 1. So Beeman doesn't get the run he probably wants to on turn number 1, and Dawson manages to cover off the move from Beeman into turn number 1. You just saw Beeman, I think, on the previous lap having a slight contact with the wall, but still into this race is the number 91 now. Knight into the inside of Beeman, going to second spot, and goes and claws it up that easily, as now McEnany has to fend off Jonathan Dennis, not to pass the line. He's going to probably lose some momentum here, and it's going to open up the door maybe for the number 93 to make a move, as now Dawson snakes around the track to avoid the move from Knight, as he successfully manages to do it, as because Knight had to fend off Beeman into turn number 1.
Yeah, obviously Beeman still very quick here in this race. Matt Knight in P2. He started in P2. Tyler Beeman started in, I believe, in the second row. Somewhere in the second row, I believe Tyler Beeman started, but he is still very racy this whole way through. Matt Knight, Dawson, and Beeman. These guys know what it's like to run at the front. Hopefully the nerves don't get the better of Don Dawson here, as Matt Knight going to try to look for a move down a turn number 1. Matt Knight still down the inside, and Beeman going to get that slipstream from Dawson. Knight moves all the way over to cover from Dawson, and he gets the move in a turn number 1. Still has it in the back straight, but for how long can Matt Knight hold this? Can Dawson get the slipstream? Knight looking to defend. Looks like he swerves a little too far. He's still on the inside, still has the position on Dawson, but what a defensive move by Knight to try to cover off that inside. Seems like he overshot it there a little bit. Dawson trying to peek his nose down the inside of turn number 4 and is not going to be able to get it done, but we're still here down the main straight, Lorenzo.
And down the main street, both of them go side by side, will be Dawson and Knight, and also Beeman coming to the outside as a potential sniper, will remain side by side through turn number 2. As we approach our halfway mark, it's going to be in about 1 lap, as now Beeman is going to get the
and look at the run that Beeman has down the inside. Can he get it done?
Dawson getting that draft, so he's going to get the slingshot. He's going to slingshot down just one position. Beeman is going to slingshot into Knight. He's going to go into P2, the number 91, going from the second row, P4 to P2 into the start of this race. Now is going to be Beeman 250 miles per hour. I just did kilometers as well. That is nearly plus 400 kilometers per hour, which is insane to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. But we can see the runs that Beeman is getting off the corner. Seems like he's just slingshotting his car ahead of Dawson and Knight. Seems like he's getting a way better run. As we see some swerving here down the straight, he's going to try to defend from Dawson, who seems to have a good run. As you say, the downforce in these new cars is absolutely insane, and the racing has been great. These guys are very racy all the way through, as Beeman going to try to defend down the main straight, but Dawson's going to have the run here with that slipstream. He catches a toe from Beeman, still moving down the outside, still pushing his car ahead of Beeman's. He's in P1, but for how long? Just by an inch. Dawson's going to make it stick through the outside, and he's ahead of Beeman going into turn number 2, I believe, and he's going to keep P1 for now, but Beeman is going to get the slipstream now, and this brings Knight looking to get it, and they go three wide for now. Goodness gracious, Beeman into the lead of this race.
Yeah, it's insane to think about it. We're only halfway done with this race, and they're going still 3 wide, which is insane to think about. And as now Dawson's going to get that opportunity to go to the inside, a little bit of a sense of sensitive steering wheel, as Dawson is now going to get that move done. Here we go, but going a little bit straighter than usual. Dawson probably went in to try to catch that extra speed, but manages to make the corner nevertheless. As now we are halfway through this race, and with that being said, as we still see battles around the track, we like to thank a Major Series and solve M.E for bringing this race. Major Series gives sim racing enthusiasts the opportunity to race in the most prestigious and iconic motor races via the iRacing simulator. We celebrate, honor, teach, and replicate many of the greatest traditions within our sport, and in our series like no other, real or sim. And the Solve Initiative, the Solve ME CFS Initiative, is a non-profit organization that serves as a catalyst for critical research into diagnostic treatments and cures for myalgic encephalitis, chronic fatigue syndrome, or ME/CFS, and long COVID and other post-infection diseases. So we like to thank them for bringing this race for us, as we saw Santos' car come to the pit lane. Are we seeing finally our first pit stops under green flag?
It looks like we are. Lorenzo Luke Santos making his way into the pits. He's worked his way up from the back in the P16. He obviously got that lifeline from the caution later on in this race. But looks like we have a move for the lead here. Beeman and Knight going to try to make a move on Dawson. Looks like Beeman got it done, but side by side from Knight and Dawson. Knight cannot get it done, but look at the run that Beeman got out of that corner, and he is surging away here. But Dawson still right behind Beeman. See if Dawson can get a slipstream here and close that gap down from back to the lead from Beeman. See what he can do here. Obviously, Beeman has looked very fast, and whenever you doubt him, he's back right up in the lead. You blink, and this guy's back in the lead. But look at the run from Dawson. Beeman's going to cover off the inside. Dawson's going to try to work it on the outside, and right behind Dawson, Knight. But
we have a crash. Roberts. We have a small crash. Roberts, we might have a green flag. We might have a yellow flag.
We have a caution.
Roberts just out of the pit lane.
Yeah, another caution here. Seems like he was trying to come into the pits, or he just got a little loose there. Seems like he was trying to come into the pits, didn't make it, and just slams right into the pit wall. Very unfortunate for him. And Roberts crashes in the back. But as we saw before, Tyler Beeman still keeps the lead of this race. And Lorenzo, we're going to expect to see most of these guys come in or not. These seems like they decided not to pit, but I'd expect some of the guys in the back, I think it'd be good for them to pit here now. As you were saying before, we were seeing the first pit stops under green. Now we have more pit stops under yellow. It could be depending on how they feel their tires are. If they're going to want to push them more, they are going to push them more. But I believe these guys are going to want to come in as soon as they can, set a new set of tires and maybe some fuel in these cars.
Yeah, absolutely. As I think the pit entry was still closed in the previous lap. I don't know if it's going to be open for this lap. I think it opens once the pit car is out. If it is not open in this lap, definitely is going to be on the next one. As definitely everybody's going to come in, but also proves that Luke Santos' strategy, and I think also Don Parks, David Hall's strategy is a little bit just gone out in the wind, not playing out as they probably wanted to play it out at the end of things. And they're probably going to have to reset and basically think where do they go from there as the laps are winding down and the chances of them being back into the lead lap are dwindling, as we still have more laps to about 103 laps to go, as now everybody's going to be in for that pit party for basically the 6th time into this race.
Yeah, as I said before, most of these guys are going to want to come into the pits. Beeman, Dawson, Knight, everybody pretty much is going to come into the pits. Seems like the guys in the back who are a couple laps down are going to decide to stay out. Santos looks like he's going to decide to stay out as well. Oh, I think, yeah, Santos is going to stay out in this race. So it's going to be good to see him get back in somewhere in this race. I believe Santos pitted early, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he did.
So it's going to be interesting to see where Santos ends up when everybody comes out. Seems like he's staying in P16 at the moment, but Knight comes out of the pit ahead of everybody else. Beeman in a P2, Dance in a P3, and Dawson in a P4. And we still have our top guys, Matt Knight, super consistent all night, as well as Tyler Beeman, who is up 2 spots from where he started. So very good to see these guys still up at top. And definitely some of the guys to watch. Hall was obviously a big loser in one of his crashes, so very unfortunate for him. But the guys up top are still Matt Knight and Tyler Beeman. We've seen them up top all night, and most of these guys, McKinney still hanging in there with them. McKinney up 5 spots from where he started. It's very good to see from him, and a couple other guys. Don Dawson up 11 spots. He's still fighting for the lead, as we see many switches for the lead in that last stint that we saw. So very good to see these guys still racing and still going strong in lap 107.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think this brings out a more important question moving forward that I think we said in terms of unknown factors. We still don't know if this car can take up to 30 laps on a regular stint in terms of fuel prior to coming into the pit stop. So more importantly is if this goes 30 laps, if they don't make it 30 laps, for example, just rewinding my thought of logic a little bit as we still have time, is if they make it 30 laps, we're gonna have a green flag on lap 9. So here we go. Green flag is gonna be a lap 109, as now Hall and Santos is gonna get their wave rounds as from what it looks to be West as well, or even Colty as well is gonna get one lap back. 109, you get 30 laps. 139, 169, you get 2 laps cushion before you come into the green flag. So you're going to have to play more safe with the fuel strategy. But if this goes over 30, this opens up a mega plethora of options coming maybe to lap 166, maybe into the final lap, what would be the start of the final pit stop, I would say, if you're playing that dangerously, if it makes it over 34.
Yep.
To where can you actually pit and having a strategy upper hand on everybody else on the final stint of the race?
Yeah, of course, and depending on how clean these guys can keep it, the longer stints we're going to see, obviously that last stint was pretty long. It was 30 laps before we got this, I believe, 7th caution, if I'm not mistaken. Lorenzo, can you correct me here if I'm wrong?
Yeah, we're about 109, so it's going to be about 90 laps. That would be 192 laps remaining this race. And
Yeah,
if the
so
makes it 29, 30 to 32, that's where the opening stop opens.
Yeah, so obviously, if these guys can keep it clean here for a little bit, looks like the pace car is going to come in. But if these guys can keep it clean, we're going to see a 30 lap stint is what these guys are averaging. So it's definitely interesting to see. But the green flag is out, and Matt Knight seems to have gotten a good run. Seems like he timed his launch very well, as Jonathan Dance still right behind Matt Knight, Tyler Beeman right behind him, Don Dolson, Greg McKinney, Nathan Dowd, Julian Mookie, Ken Leung, Timothy Klaus, and Sebastian Jackson rounding up our top 10 here tonight in the Indy 500. And looks like Dawson already trying to make moves down the back straight, going into turn number 3, and still in a line here. Very interesting to see these guys really fighting for position still. 109 obviously going to be on fresh tires. The warm's going to have to come in. And yeah, it seems like McKinney's slowing down a little bit, and Dowd's going to try to take advantage. He's going to be the hunter here, and McKinney's going to be the prey. Dowd down the inside of McKinney. He's ahead, but for how long can he keep it? And Dowd is ahead of McKinney. And yes, he makes the move stick going into turn number 2. Dowd still ahead, but McKinney's going to have the run down the back straight, obviously, with the slipstream and the high downforce of these cars. See if McKinney can get his spot back. And we have moves here by Beeman and Dolson still fighting down to turn number 3, going into number 4. Dolson and Beeman still fighting here. Lorenzo Beeman is still very quick. Dolson as well, Dance as well, and Knight obviously having a great launch after that restart.
Absolutely. I think McKinney's issue might have probably caused a little bit of that separation between Dawson and Dowd and McKinney and Mookie and everyone else behind. You can even see Ling trying to run up on Mookie's line, but unfortunately for Mookie's that he managed to scrape on by and gets away from the number 37, as now Klaus comes into the inside of Ling and tries to maybe spot a move, but couldn't do it as he wanted to moving forward. As we open up lap 111, 112 now is going to be the lap open for everybody, and no decisions whatsoever, no favors whatsoever, as now Knights with I'm going to say the lengthiest gap we've seen in this race so far in terms of leads. 0.8 between him and Dance, as Dance has to be defensive towards Dawson now looking up to make a move on Dance and get that P2 spot back.
Yeah, obviously Knight is in the lead of this race, and the more Dance, Dawson, and Beeman keep fighting, seems like a little bit of could have been a wheel bang there, but I believe Beeman and McKinney gonna take the spot from Beeman, I believe, or I'm actually not quite sure where we are. But yeah, these guys are still super racy all the way through the field. Yeah, Sebastian Hall working his way up as we see Sebastian Hall, David Hall, I'm sorry, working his way up in the field, I believe, as well. So all these guys still working up. David Hall and Sebastian Jackson. Still very good to see these guys racing, and Hall is working his way back up in, through the field, as we saw David Hall was in lead of this race very early on, and he obviously had a big incident there that put him all the way to the back, and now he's working his way back up. He's in P10 now. See for how long these guys ahead, Sebastian Jackson and all these guys, can hold him off, as he is going to be charging for pretty much the lead of this race. And we have Dawson now in the lead of this race, taking it away from Knight, I believe, and Dance still behind, Beeman right behind him, Dowd and McKinney all still very close.
Yeah, which is the thing about now that there's a little bit of a swap around, as we're going to look on the replay on the yellow flag. So we have our 7th caution of this race, barely 5 laps in. As we look towards the replay, what has transpired for the maybe yellow flag to come out, and as we're still looking, that was the move from Dawson to come into the lead. Now we're gonna look into the yellow flag. I saw Santos having a really good race so far, but having contact, I think, forcing his move too much on the inside, or apparently washed out, and unfortunately the Brazilian causing contact from what it looks to be with Sebastian Jackson, which was having a solid race as well. But
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
not having
Go
the
ahead.
best.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. So Jackson having the best of luck on the outside merge into the back straight, and unfortunately causing that contact. Did you see anything else that I probably missed?
Yeah, I believe Luke Santos was all the way up in a P11. Obviously, as we know before, Luke Santos had crashed early on in this race, so he worked. He was all the way in last place, pretty much, or like third to last place. A couple laps down. Obviously, the caution came out. He worked his way back up, and he was in P11. Obviously, after that crash, he moves all the way back down to P17. And Sebastian Jackson as well, who was pretty much up there with David Hall, who is now in P9. Obviously, David Hall is going to benefit a lot from this caution. It's going to bring the field much closer together. So David Hall is probably going to get a run down, and maybe he can fight for the lead of this race once again. It's been a lot of work for David Hall and Luke Santos. Very unfortunate to see Luke Santos, though, as he was working really, really hard. Trying to get back into the lead of this race, and we see the guys behind. David Hall, Timothy Klaus, Julian Mookie, all these guys coming into the pits, and the lead guys still out. Matt Knight, Don Dawson, Jonathan Dance, Tyler Beeman, Nathan Dowd, Greg McKinney, and Ken Leong still out on track. So very interesting to see how strategy is going to play out here. Obviously, they pitted not too long ago, but they decided to come back in for a new set of tires, or maybe even more fuel. So interesting to see what how strategy is going to play out for these guys, and how it's going to play out for Matt Knight, who has been pretty much fighting for the lead of this race the whole 116 laps that we've been here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, which is the thing to think about, as now I think this strategy split off is going to start a little bit. I didn't expect to see this many of the cars. I expected maybe to see 1 or 2 cars coming in right now, Caleb. So it is a little bit interesting. We saw 5, 6 cars coming into the pit stop. You know, it's going to be a little bit more of a trendy, a talking topic moving forward. From what it looks like to be, they're probably going to be more safe in terms of fuel, without having to save maybe at the end of things coming into the final pit stop. So it's a little bit of a safer move. But I think this is that top of that. We haven't seen a green flag all the way. We always have seen cautions.
Yep.
This is a 7th restart, so this has been a caution marked race. So,
Of course.
and we know that famous tale that yellows bring more yellows. So from what it looks to be the nature of this car as well, we're looking to see more yellows. So for the fact that we have probably this trend moving forward is, what if this goes green flag? We still have 16 cars in this race. 15, 16 cars in this race. It's still racy, but are we gonna get really solid close racing? Are they going to play maybe strategies, being patient, you know, or try to more race as the old-fashioned way, you would say, with back in the RA18 days, where you had to be more thinking about the fuel numbers now than probably race pace into these final moments, or whenever they started back in the race, thinking also about fuel pace. Um, Whenever they had to do their lap 31, 32 pit stops to see if they were safe at the end of the 200 laps. So this question for me is where we should talk about.
Yeah,
Does these guys that made the strategy back then, sorry, are going to be safe with green flag, and are we going to get green flag all the way? I don't think so.
Yeah, me neither, honestly, Lorenzo. I have to agree with you here on this one. I don't think we're going to get a green all the way through. We haven't seen it all night. And as you said, yellows bring more yellows. At the speeds these guys are racing in these new cars, it's very hard to keep it clean here. Very hard. But we see some guys spinning. David Hall, who has been very good all day long, all night long, I'm sorry. I mean, even guys like him really have been struggling with the speed of these cars, maybe overshooting it in a couple of corners, because these cars go up to incredible speeds, as we see 250 miles an hour that these cars have gone. I think the pace car is going to come in here, but yeah, super close racing for all these guys. So going to be very interesting to see if they can keep it green, then great. But I don't think it's going to happen, as we're about to get the green light here. Knight's going to lead us away here. All these guys bunched up. David Hall, I believe, went into the pit, so he's not going to be here, but he is in P12, and Knight's going to lead us off from Dawson, Dance, Beeman, Dowd, McKinney, Leung, Mookie, and Klaus are going to round up our top 10, but David Hall on the outside looking in at that top 10. He was fighting for the lead of this race early on, but he is now trying to work his way back up as Dawson right up the gearbox of Knight. And Dance. All these guys are going to look for the lead of this race, see who can knock Knight off of the lead of this race. He's obviously been super quick the entire way through. He's picked his right moves, and he's been at the top consistently, as well as Tyler Beeman. I can't fail to mention, because Tyler Beeman has been super racy as well, and he's kept it clean. And as I mentioned before the race, Lorenzo, the guys that keep it clean, the guys that pick the right moves, when to make the moves, are the ones that are gonna pretty much benefit and end up winning this race, really.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that statement. And Beeman has been that kind of guy that I said before. And rarely we've seen him jump out of the top 5. This might be the first time under green flag conditions that I might see him drop off this top 5, because we know McKinney is a very fast driver, and if he finds an opportunity to make a move, he will do that. As we see the swap from the lead between Dolson and Knight happening right now, as now Dolson is now into the lead. Knight stays on the outside lane, try to get a really good run on the back stretch on Dolson, and Dance is following suit to try to get closer on both of them. But I don't think that a Knight is going to be able to do that for the time being. He's going to relegate himself for the next 2 corners to try to get the best run moving forward, and open up a opportunistic move with 120 laps into this race, as time is ticking down to those final crucial laps, as now Knight makes the move. Candice Knight is back to lead, and Klaus makes the move on Mookie. Also making a move on Mookie and going into P8 and moving forward.
Yeah, obviously, as we see, as I was mentioning before with Knight, he's obviously not going to defend too hard here. He's going to let Dawson take the position from him here. Knight's been very smart all night long. He's picking the right moves. He knows when to move, when to choose, when to overtake, and I mean, he's been super smart. And as we see, like, we literally saw there, Knight lets Dawson take the lead of this race, and he gets the run down into turn 1. He pretty much lets Dawson decide, but Knight seems to have a good strategy here. He's keeping it clean. He's being smart about the moves that he's taken, and it just shows that he has a good strategy coming in. I doubt Knight's going to really defend much here going into turn number 3. Yeah, as I see, we're probably going to see it again, the same move as well. He's going to let Dawson take the lead from him here into turn number 3. And he's just going to stay right up the gearbox of Dawson and maybe take the lead with that slipstream. And we may see a race finish like this, Lorenzo.
Yeah.
we may see a race finish like this. Knight's probably going to let Dawson take the lead from if Dawson doesn't fin too much, and Knight's just going to catch the slipstream and ride his way off into the sunset, trying to be first off into the checkered flag. But as you were saying, Beeman, we could see him out of the top 5 already, and we do. McKinney looking super fast right behind. He's going to send a move down the inside of Dance, I believe, side by side, going into turn number 3. McKinney down the inside of Dance, side by side, wheel to wheel, going into turn number 3, into 4. McKinney is ahead for now. Is it going to make it stick down turn number 4? And it does, down the main straight. McKinney up in a P number 4.
Yeah, absolutely. That also brings Beeman into the slot as well to try to make the move. There you go, the number 91 making it stick for the number 93. So into P5, back goes Beeman for Mad Sim Racing. So he dropped off, but that was just by a brief moment. As now see Dawson making the move on the inside to snap the lead from Knight, and now Dowd comes into, I think for the first time in this race, the battle for the lead is the number 7, as we barely see him break into the top 3 spot. And we saw him for a brief moment, I think back in where we had our 3rd restart of the race, maybe 4th restart, but finally the number 7 breaking into the podium spots. But McKinney now into
Knight going down
race.
the inside. Ooh, I really
think
thought
one of
Knight
the
was gonna.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
I think
Lorenzo.
you were
Go
gonna
ahead.
say. I think you were going to say that probably gonna get the move, but couldn't get a really good run. And I think the reason might be connection issues. You know, not getting that draft blinking might not affect the way that he probably wants to race eventually.
Yeah, of course.
Going lap by lap, but also with a really stout defense on the inside, and also blinking into the move. But now that they go into the front stretch, the run is going to be good for Knight to be into the inside, and probably going to get the lead back into the 152 for him, and brings Dowd into the fray as well. And I think Dowd is playing just patient, seeing what is going to happen between both of them,
Of course.
while trying to open up for a move.
And all this switching back and forth in between Knight and Dawson is bringing the guys all in the back, bringing them much closer together. As you can see, Dowd with a great run. He's going to have to let off the gas a little bit, as he was going to run right into the back of Knight. He had that toe, and I can probably tell you, Lorenzo, he was probably hitting 260 down that back straight with that toe. As we can see here, Dowd still in the back of Knight. Knight's going to defend, try to go down the inside of Dawson. These guys are swerving all the way down the main straight. Knight goes down the inside. Can Dowd follow him through? Knight's punching that hole in the air. He's definitely gonna have a lot of air wash there, as you see 2 cars obviously moving down the main straight, and wheel to wheel they're gonna go. Can Dowd send it down the inside of Knight? He's gonna push him all the way forward down into turn number 3. Knight's still in the lead of this race, but Dawson having all that grip on the outside. They avoid contact into turn number 4. Dawson on the wider line, still side by side. This is some great racing that we are seeing, and Dawson tucks right back in the back of Knight. Knight's gonna have to defend from Dowd. Knight still on the inside. Is he going to get the slingshot into turn number 1? He does not. Dawson, all that grip on the outside, and that outside line seems to be super grippy, Lorenzo, as we can see. Sometimes Knight choosing that outside line going into turn number 4. And in turn number 2, it's literally working for them going onto these main straights. They have a good run if they take that wide line. As you can see, Dawson here, he's going to choose to take the wide line, maybe try to switch it back a little bit here. Still on the wide line, as we can see, and he has all that grip. Lorenzo, what do you think about that?
No, that is a great move, and also I see Dawes being patient, you know, as they're still going side by side. But here, Dawes' first opportunity to make the lead still goes side by side, but Dawson covers it off going to turn number 1. That is really good for him, you know. I like Dawes' patience, you know, trying to play the move strategically, perfectly. As Beeman had a little bit of an issue, ran into the grass, lost a little bit of ground, goes outside of the top 5. Now Dowds finally makes the move stick, will be into the lead of this race for the first time of his current moment in this Majors Speedway 500.
Yeah, of course, Dowd into the lead of this race, and guess who has joined the party? McKinney, Beeman, Leung have all been right back into play, and 3 wide into turn number 1. Are they going to keep it clean? And Dan still on the inside of Dowd, and they still keep it clean. The quality of racing that these guys have shown all night has been spectacular from Knight, Dawson. They have shown absolute class tonight, Lorenzo. It's very good, very good to see them. And we are still green here with 130 in. Knight and Dawson still connected from toe to rear, from nose to rear, all the way through. And we're going to see Knight here try to make a move down to turn number 1, bringing all these guys right into play. McKinney looking on the outside in at this battle, seeing what he can do. Dance as well, Dowd as well. All these guys are looking at Dawson and Knight fight, and it's bringing them all right back into play.
Dawson had a little bit of contact into the outside wall, losing momentum a little bit, brings Dowd into the fray, but Knight covering off the inside. McKinney with the opportunistic move into P4 provisionally. The number 35 as Dance still has an opportunity to make a move over here. Still side by side goes Dance in, beaming into the inside, and now Dowd's trying to find an opening. 3 wide.
Dowd making the move. Dowd making the move on the inside. Yeah, Nathan Dowd making the move down the inside, and they're gonna go side by side. Dowd and Knight side by side in a turn number 2. And we can see these guys, McKinney still up there. They're going to go 3 wide in a turn number 3. 3 for 3 in turn number 3. Welcome to the party, Dawson. Welcome back. Takes back the lead of this race with Dowd right behind him. And Knight still very close in. This is great racing on lap 132 here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely great racing. And also props to both Dahl and Knight to give actually a little bit of breathing room for Dawson to come in and make that 3 wide stick going to turn number 3. Nearly wheel-to-wheel contact between McKinney and Knight dropping back like a rock for the time being. That brings Beeman into P3. Now Matson Racing Driver is going to have that opportunity, and Dowd is going to try to seize the opportunity that there's still 2 wide.
Beeman following through. Welcome back to the party, Beeman. Tyler Beeman, welcome back to the party. And McKinney back up, fighting for the podium places here. Very good to see. Knight obviously falling back, but don't count him out just yet. He has been quick all night long, fighting for the lead all night long. So I wouldn't count him out just yet. These guys are still super racy and still fighting for the lead of this race.
Yeah, not at all. As we're still seeing also Link and Mookie out of sorts, still into being outside factors. Look at him, also Klaus as well, not too far out. Who'd have thought that Link, if we talked about nearly 100 laps back, having a major crash without even a proper bubble and wheels and sidebar pods or whatever you want to call it, into that car, back into contention now, fighting against Jonathan Dance into P6 as you're still going 3 wide once again. There will be no
3 wide in a turn number 1.
Make his stick nearly wheel-to-wheel contact between him and Dawson, still staying side by side. And will Dawson probably get the upper edge on the outside run? No, he won't, but that will be Dowd's opportunity to now make it a 3 wide or make it a 2 wide stick going into turn number 3.
Can he get 2 for 1 on this outside line? Dowd is still on the outside of Beeman. He has the grip, but Dawson is going to look for the inside, avoids. Super close, Lorenzo. We are on the edge of our seats right now watching this. Dawson and Dowd super close and making contact, but they avoid it. And here we go. Dowd moving onto the outside of Beeman. Can he get the move done into turn number 1? He cannot, but he's still there on the outside on turn number 2. Is he going to have the run? He has to slip in behind Beeman to get that slipstream. He is. Seems like this guy's listening to me here. And he is, and they're going to go 3 wide again in turn 3. Looks like they think better of it, and Dawson slides right back in behind Beeman. Beeman very, very quick, and McKinney and I believe Dance going still side by side. Dance looking for the slipstream here. All these guys, the more they move down the straight, these guys have to pick a line like McKinney here. He's going to have to pick a line either left or right. Who's going to want to follow here and follow that slipstream all the way through? Because if they're not on the slipstream, they're going to lose out here a little bit.
Yeah, and you can see now Knight's car blinking a little bit of some connection issues for the 152, but I don't think he's going to be enabled enough to get that run. He's going to try to make it 2 wide down on the inside. He's going to be outside of down on the outside. He's going to make that move stick to 152 for the time being. He will be moved to P3. It is Matt Knight, and now Dolson's going to get that run nearly 255 miles per hour down the straight as he's going to make the move stick into turn number 1, but Beeman fights it back. That brings Knight into the fray right there. You can even see slightly on the very tiny frame of the back wing with the 152 green car looming right behind them for a potential move into P1 as we are lap 138, nearly 60 laps to go into this race. Ooh, nearly contact between Beeman and Dawson as Beeman somehow, someway managed to make his stick as Dawson's going to make it back to the lead. Beeman trying to fight back, nearly clipping the wall. There is contact between Beeman and Dawson. And there's another yellow flag on the way. That is really unfortunate.
Yeah, lap 139, and we have contact all the way through. And Beeman, who has been almost perfect all night long, makes contact. But guess who's back into play? David Hall back into the top 10. He's on the outside looking in, but he wants to work his way up, and this caution's definitely going to fall into his hands. But yeah, we saw great racing here in between Beeman, I believe, and I'm not quite sure who that is on the outside, either Dawson or Dowd. Seems like Beeman just overshot a little bit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and
Damn.
Yeah, just closed down on him. Yeah.
Yeah, I really want to look from another angle because I think my point of view looks like that Beeman tried to force, into the inside. I don't think he had the
Yeah.
proper. He could have lifted up maybe a little bit on his car, as we're probably gonna look from another angle.
Yeah, as we know in racing, as long as the car is halfway up, like alongside the car ahead, then space should be allowed. But seems like Beeman just overshot it here a little bit. Seems like he was side by side and clipped the rear wheel of I believe Dawson. Yeah, I believe it was Dawson. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. They were delivering some great racing. Dawson had worked his way up from the back. And now we have Matt Knight in the lead of this race again with Nathan Dowd right behind him, Jonathan Dance, Greg McKinney up in a P4. He is on the verge of a podium finish here. It's still super early though. Barely 40 laps in this race. Greg McKinney is right on the edge, looking into the podium with Ken Leung right behind as well. Julian Mookie, Timothy Klaus, David Hall, who we were talking about before. He wasn't lead of this race for the beginning. He has been super quick, as we know. All these guys are going to start rushing into the pits. David Hall has been super quick, as we know, Lorenzo. So going to be very interesting to see. He did take that pit stop early on. In between cautions, I believe, and the guys ahead are going to be on some old tires. It's going to give him a chance to get on fresh tires with 60 laps left in this race. Very interesting to see how strategies will go, fuel strategies as well. Some of these guys may go light on fuel because, as we know, yellows bring more yellows. Cautions bring more cautions. Crashes bring more crashes, as we have seen here tonight. Lorenzo, we were talking about earlier, if there was going to be a green all the way through, and as we have seen, there isn't, and I really can't see a green the whole way through for 60 laps either. So strategy is going to definitely have to do a lot in the play. Who's going to choose the light fuel? Because as we see, at the speeds these guys are racing at, it takes a lot of control, and at the moment we've seen a lot of crashes.
Yeah, we've seen plenty of crashes over here, but to be fair, not to say that we've seen this happening. I think we saw this happening coming from a mile away. They were getting too racy for my liking, in my point of view. I know these cars, they handle different than the IR18 does, but still, I think it was too much of a dangerous race for me moving forward, and unfortunately for them, we saw the contact between the cars of Dawson and Beeman, and eventually causing us our 8th yellow flag of this race. And we're gonna have green flag on the next time. By 142 laps in is gonna be a 143 the restart of this race. And one thing we can say is now I don't think one thing we should be concerned about. I think from a good takeaway over here, fuel is not gonna be a problem.
Yeah, of course. So definitely at the moment, very, very good racing we have seen so far tonight. Beeman definitely isn't going to be a problem for Matt Knight, but Nathan Dowd in the lead of this race now. It seems like he got the jump in the pits. Jonathan Dance still in P3. We have seen he has been super quick, and he has been fighting for the lead of this race, as well as Julian Mookie, who has been fast. He's been in the mid-pack most of the race, but he's working his way up. Ken Leung as well. He was fast in qualifying. I believe started P3. So Ken Leung back up in the top 5 to where he qualified. Seems like he didn't get a great start. Greg McKinney as well. He has been super quick. He's been super quick with the fast guys. So definitely going to be interesting to see how this all plays out with Ken Leung. Obviously very new to him at the moment for this race, who is into the top 5, I believe, for the first time since the start of the race. So very good to see all these guys working their way back up, and going to be absolutely interesting to see how things play out. Further down the field, David Hall in P10 now. David Hall started on pole position, if I'm not mistaken here, Lorenzo. David Hall started on pole position, so our pole sitter, obviously, arguably one of the fastest guys on track, and I can confirm this here at the moment. Yeah, David Hall has been super quick. His best time at 37.28, I think is the fastest. The only one faster than David Hall is Julian Mookie with a 37.25. So I believe Julian Mookie has the fastest lap of the race so far. So very interesting to see how things play out here. A lot of fast guys here. Julian Mookie is super quick, as we see. He has the fastest lap of the race at the moment, if I'm not mistaken here. And we go green in lap 142 of the Indy 500 Major Series.
Yeah, 143 down for 58 to go. Apologies. I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not good with math either, so I do not blame you. It takes me a while to think about it. And who was that making that move? Was that McKinney and Hanger? Was that Leung? Yeah. Seems like it was Leung trying
to hit the wall, and his car is broken. His car is definitely broken.
I think he has damage. I think he washed out way too far in a turn on the exit of turn number 2, and seems like he just slams the wall. Yeah, and it seems like he has damage. He's gonna have to come into the pits, I believe, or he probably just lost momentum there. But yeah, obviously something you don't want to see, as we see Ken Leung was in the top spots for the first time in this race, and as quick as he was in, he was out now, down in a P12. Obviously unfortunate for him, but seems like he overshot turn 2 a little too far, and slams into that wall.
I had a pun, but I will try to avoid saying that pun. It's like if there's one thing I'm not known is make puns, and whenever I make puns, they're real bad puns. So I'll prevent for you giving that cringe moment of having the puns. But anyway, let's come back into this race. Talk a little bit more. I want to let me bring Julian Mookie into this conversation. You were talking about that being one of the fastest guys into this race, and 7 positions in, we saw him into P4 early on in this race, but we never seen Mookie being so comfortable driving this car without having too much pressure. Of course, we could see soon Klaus, Hanger, McKinney, and Hall maybe coming in, as now we're seeing small groups being formed up. You know, we're seeing 2 back in the lead. We're seeing Dance and Mookie together. We're seeing 3 cars now, 4 cars behind. So they're thinking about, all right, this is a mathematical race. So let's form up of groups and see how effective that is going to be.
Yeah, of course.
Make our commentators a little bit confused on how do we count numbers, because apparently 2 plus 2 that is not right. And one thing is, never trust our mathematics. Commentators doesn't know how to do math. That's why we commentate.
Yeah, I can absolutely agree with you. I really can't do math. Probably my worst subject in college right now, so definitely something I'm struggling with. But as we see, many groups are forming here.
What are you majoring in, by the way?
I'm majoring in communications. You can tell,
right.
We're doing broadcasting right now. This is my bread and butter. I absolutely love this, and I am super ecstatic to be here with you, Lorenzo, commentating a race on a Saturday night, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Is it Saturday? It is Saturday. The college life gets crazy. I could be out right now, but I'm here commentating the major series, the Indy 500, and no place I'd rather be.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, if there's one thing I'm always enthusiastic being about is
someone in the wall.
500. Is that beaming in the wall?
It's Hall.
Hall again.
I think it's Hall. Oh my goodness, we were talking so good about Hall, how he was keeping his nose clean the whole way through. He was working his way back up on the outside looking in, and I think we are still green here. If I'm not mistaken, these guys probably ran out of cautions here. So yeah, but man, these guys are still going strong here, and very unfortunate for Hall. Man, something very, very sad. And Hall, Was he trying to make a move here and overshot it maybe, or
No,
was he all alone? Loses the rear. This is the second time we see this today, Lorenzo. The rear just steps out of these cars. Seems like they carry too much speed in. And if we can get an onboard here from our producer, Austin, if we can get an onboard here, we can see that car just absolutely snap out. Yeah, I think we're going to get the onboard here.
Yeah, I was interested in that as well, because one aspect is he drives with the, as you can see, with VR. I don't know, it could be VR related.
Yeah, it just seems like it stepped out a little bit and he just couldn't save it in time, so slams right into the wall. Very unfortunate for Hall. He was making really good progress. I think he's still in P12 here, but he's 2 laps down. So the top 10 have a lap on the guys from 11th and down. So that is absolutely crazy to see. The gap in between Don Parks, who is our guy in P10 at the moment. He is 11 seconds out from Brenton West, but the racing all up ahead, up in a P6, are all in between a second of each other, with Greg McKinney rounding us off. And the super close battle for the lead, and it looks like we have another caution here.
Is that, from what it looks like, pit already? Oh, okay, that is not a very good car. And you were mentioning, I think that was Brenton West who just went into the pit lane. As we're gonna look on the replay, what happened? Oh my God! Was that Demon pulling him back into the track after a service? Is this a fatal mistake? Idea. I really want to, because I'm seeing Beeman in the pit as well, and from what it looks like, and I've seen this happen from time to time, is all right. Beeman crashes the wall. Oh,
yeah, it seems like he hits the wall and then hits that inside wall and collects. I have no idea who that is, but man,
that is West. That is West.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate to see, and man, most of these guys have had no luck today with all these very unfortunate crashes, as you can see. Yeah, man, Beeman was in the lead of this race at one point here, and he has had no luck whatsoever in this back end of the race. As we were saying before, Lorenzo, the race cannot be won early on. It has to be won in these final stages. It has to be won late on this race. Whoever keeps their nose clean. And the guy who has kept it clean all the way through has been Matt Knight in the 152. He has been constantly in the lead of this race. He falls back to P5, maybe a little bit out of the top 5, but he is still very, very competitive here. He's still racing the whole way through. And like I was saying before, this guy knows what he wants to do. He has a strategy planned out, as we were seeing with Dawson. Seems like he knows what he's doing at the moment. He's picking out his right moves, when to make them, when to be conservative. I mean, he's been absolutely smart this entire race, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely. But and you can see that being smart means, just keeping yourself alive. With that being said, we're gonna take a short break and catch our breaths a little bit and rehydrate ourselves to these final 48 laps of this race, of the 11th running of the Major Speedway 500. We'll be back shortly with more coverage here on Grid Vision.
Hey, you know that guy who just before the green flag keys up his mic and asks, "Anybody got a setup?" Well, this is him. This is Adam, and hey, Adam needs some help. On the other hand, this guy over here, this is Steve. Steve is a solid racer and he knows his way around the garage. Steve's problem is time. With a job and a family, he can't find enough time to build competitive setups and to race as often as he likes. But as luck would have it, Steve knows a secret. He lets the Majors Garage crew chiefs do the setup work so he can focus on the racing. At majorsgarage.com, Steve can get setups for over 60 cars on the iRacing service. So no matter what series he wants to jump into, he is covered. Anybody really should tell Adam. See you at the garage.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
All right, we're back with coverage over here of the 11th running of the Major Speedway 500 on Split 2. I am Lorenzo Bonner with my colleague Caleb Viska, and also in production is going to be our producer Austin Derbyshire. It's been a long day, so
It's been a very long
it's
night.
been a
Very, very long night.
oh yeah,
A lot of
it's been a
cautions.
long
And
night.
Lorenzo, Caleb Viesca.
Yes,
It's French.
so
It's
I
French,
know, I
but I'm
booked
Mexican. It's weird, but that's how it works.
don't worry, I'll get. It's like butchering names
We'll get it at
is
some point. We have 47 laps left, I believe. My math is correct, and we go green here with 46 laps left now, and we are doing our math correctly with Matt Knight leading us off here. Lorenzo, what can you say about Matt Knight here tonight?
Man, I think he's been perfect, so far in this race. Has been, just doing everything right. Starting in P2, backed out a little bit from a top 5 a few occasions because you know how close this thing has been. We saw whenever we saw 5, 6, 7 cars out for an all-out war between all of them. But I think he's been, like you said, playing that smart game. If you play smart, you can go length, and you can see between him playing really smartly. Down as well, Klaus as well. But I think out of everyone that expected it to be coming out on top has to be Knight, and he's getting his dues over here as we saw.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Clipping the wall, and that could have been disastrous on turn number 1, but someone capped it clean, and Klaus somehow, some way, not losing a lot of time either, even though the gap widened up to 7/10 of a second. But let's be honest, what is 7/10 on a race like the Indianapolis?
Oh, very close there by Dowd and Klaus. Klaus, I'm sorry, almost went right up in the rear of Dowd, but keeping it clean all the way through. But sorry, Lorenzo, to interrupt, but keep going.
No, of course not. So, well done by Klaus right there. But played it patiently. But like we're saying, smart driving gets you all the way. And Klaus, is not a guy that we've seen quite a lot. Apart from the start of the race, battling for top 10s and not only for top 10s, but also battling for the lead of this race. At one point, was getting there, but it never got into the hanging with one hand into what would say into the trophy. The lead trophy, but now this could be the opportunity that number 80 has in this race to start, considering that him was one of the cars that tried to do his best into bump qualifying, but it wasn't able enough to get within the top qualifying spot for him, and now to the golden opportunity to be in the top claim of second split win over here in the Major Speedway 500.
Yeah, of course. As you can see, Klaus has had a great race so far. He's had a great charge to the front. Seems like he fell back a little bit early on, but now he's 6 spots up from where he started. So I think he's in second place right now. He's 6 spots up. 6 plus 2 is 8, if I'm not mistaken. So I think he started in 8th place, Lorenzo. Correct me if I'm wrong. 6 plus 2 is 8.
Yeah, you are definitely.
All right. I think I can do simple math. I got my fingers here to help me out. But yeah, we have Timothy Klaus, who has obviously been great here at the moment. He is right behind the very, very fast Matt Knight. Obviously, a lot of guys from Brenton Weston down. We have 9 guys realistically still in this race. McKinney has still been super competitive. He's still on the outside looking in from the podium. Matt Knight still in the lead of this race. Timothy Klaus, Nathan Dowd, Jonathan Dance, who has also been super quick this whole way through. These guys are going to fight it all the way through. We have 40 laps left. 41. About to hit 160, and if these guys can keep it clean, tire strategy is maybe going to come into play as we see Timothy Klaus sending it down the inside of Matt Knight, who looks like touched the rear of Timothy Klaus there. But these guys still keep it together, and Matt Knight and Timothy Klaus are probably going to go side by side in a turn number 1 down the pit straight, as these guys are going to try to look for a slipstream. Looks like Jonathan Dance trying to look for a slipstream from Matt Knight. He can't get it, and Matt Knight back into the lead of this race. Timothy Klaus back into P2, and we see a little bit of side by side action for P4 with Greg McKinney and Jonathan Dance. Both these guys have been fighting for the lead of this race for quite a while now. They didn't qualify that well, but they are back in it here. As we see, as I said before, as long as these guys keep their nose clean, they have all to play for here. Greg McKinney was involved in an early crash early on in the race, maybe our first caution, I believe, I'm not mistaken here, Lorenzo. But yeah, he is right back up there in the top. From zero, pretty much back up to hero. Greg McKinney fighting for the lead of this race now with 39 laps left to go, Lorenzo.
Yeah, absolutely. What a race from McKinney, and being opportunistic, just to take the opportunity of Dance, being riding on Dowd's back wing on the entry turn number 1, just taking that opportunity. Here he goes, makes the move on Klaus, nearly runs into the wall, goes to number 35 from McKinney, and nearly run wise again into turn number 4. He's going to lose a little bit of momentum. He's going to approach Dowd to clinch back his 3rd spot, and finally, but as I was saying, McKinney just being opportunistic, trying to find the right moves at the right time, and I think that he's doing that, playing it smart, like we're saying before, and if you play it smart, especially now we are at crunch laps, we are with less than 40 laps to go, and this is where he's going to get more, he's going to get more action frenzy. So this is where he needs to be perfect. Your strategy needs to be on point. Your racing craft needs to be on point. And now more than ever, avoid crashes at any cost. And I think that's what they need to play in their heads right now.
Of course, obviously, a crash here would be very unfortunate for whoever it may be. I'm going to knock on wood here. As we know our curse, Lorenzo, we are bound to jinx people, but these guys have kept it clean. Matt Knight, McKinney, Klaus, Dowd, Dance, Mookie, who is obviously back up there. A crash would not help these guys out at all. Pretty much a crash here would end your race and end your night, have you going to bed early wherever in the world these guys may be. But yeah, as we see right now, Matt Knight still in the lead of this race. It's all about racecraft here, keeping it clean. The tire strategy, as we're going to see Timothy Klaus and McKinney go side by side. McKinney up in a P2 already. McKinney and Klaus. McKinney closes the door, and Klaus thinks better of it and decides to slot right back into P3. But as I was saying before, looks like McKinney's going to have a good run here out of turn number 2. Oh, man, I keep interrupting myself here, Lorenzo. And McKinney's going to send it down the inside of Knight, going into turn number 3. McKinney down the inside, has the lead, but for how long can he hold off the fast-charging Matt Knight, who has been quick all night long in that 152? Matt Knight has been absolutely perfect tonight, as we have seen. He has kept it clean pretty much. He's going to try to send it down the inside. Matt Knight back in the lead for now by just inches, pretty much. Half a car length and a full car length ahead of Greg McKinney now. So yeah, Matt Knight obviously been absolutely astounding tonight, Lorenzo, as we have seen before. Greg McKinney right behind him, been super racy as well. Looks like these guys are going to keep going at it all the way into turn number 3. These guys can't let me talk because they keep racing and delivering us great racing all the way through. And Greg McKinney back into the lead of this race. Lorenzo, I'm going to hand it off to you because I have no idea what to even talk about at this moment. These guys keep interrupting me.
Absolutely, I get you 100%. Here comes Knight once again with the Klaus following suit into the inside. I think the NRG driver is not going to be able to cover off that move from Knight. Maybe Klaus is going to get the move done as well. So the number 80 goes through 2 for 1. It's going to be both into the reverse way from McKinney, going from the lead back into P3. And unfortunately, McKinney not into the top spot for the time being, as we have nearly 35 laps to go. And for them, it's all looks like they're driving the final 10 laps, which is insane to think about. And we still have to do the final pit stop of this race to see if there's going to be any separation between them. We haven't had the green flag pit stops, but we're at its slowest number of cars as now Klaus is going to make the move side by side. They will go through turn 1, and Knight is going to have the upper hand for the time being, but Klaus might have the upper hand into the transition to turn number 2, and finally into the lead goes Timothy Klaus, but Knight.
Oh, and Knight sending it right back down the inside. Klaus was trying to squeeze him, and Knight did not back off. He is very brave for that move there. As I was saying, there's all to play for here with almost 30. Sorry, you see, my math is terrible. With 33 laps left to go in this race, Knight, there's all to play for. We're gonna see these guys start making more moves, start making riskier decisions, and they're gonna start giving it their absolute all as they have gone this far into this Indy 500. This is a race, like we said before, this is a race that everybody wants to win. This is the race that once you cross the checker, this is going to feel the absolute best for these guys, because this takes absolutely everything out of these drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I could mark with a, I wish I could mark like with a ballpoint pen over here on our timing screen, but on a vertical board, everybody's doing like 48 mids, 48 mids lows. Look at Mookie. Mookie's driving by himself on that second group. Far in the back of the frame is going to see the move down from Klaus into the inside to try to nab back the lead from Knight, but Knight is going to be able to hold off now. Dance goes into P3, Dowd goes into P4, McKinney is jetted off into the P5 slot. Everybody's being real fast, but look at Mookie, 0.6 of a second capture now on McKinney, and what was the gap? Like 3.5 seconds on the previous lap?
Yep.
Seconds, so we can see Mookie, and you were saying before, one of the fastest guys around the track. We can definitely see a factor coming into the final, let's say 1 lap going like this to maybe battle for top 5 or even top 3 spot.
And a battle for the lead here, I believe Klaus and Knight are going to go at it, and Klaus slides right in the front of Knight and back into the lead of this race by Timothy Klaus. But yeah, as you were saying before, Mookie has been the fastest guy in this race. I think for a while he held the fastest lap. If he doesn't still already hold it, I believe can check on that. And yeah, I believe he still holds the fastest lap of the race with 37.25. But man, these guys aren't going to be hitting these lap times right now, as they are all running in the 38s, mid 38s, as you said before. I think the only guys at the moment that are still running in the 37s is Julian Mookie, who is still running in the 37s. Right behind him, David Hanger as well. All these guys still in the 37s. So we can see these guys, they're going to start to close in. The more Knight, Klaus, Dance, Dowd, McKinney, the more these guys fight, the more it's going to bring in Mookie and Hanger. If Mookie and Hanger can work together for some laps here, they are going to close they're going to close that lead right down. So these guys have to be smart on the front. Matt Knight, Klaus, Dance, but they're not going to let up here. With 29 laps left in this race, they're still all to play for. I believe only 9 cars still left in this race. I believe Ken Long still waiting for anything to happen. As you know, he's obviously not on the lead lap. He's 9 laps down, but he's still here racing. See what he can do compared to these other guys. But I think we're on board here with Greg McKinney, who has been very, very, very good tonight. He's 5 spots up. He started in P10. So yeah, all to play for. We're gonna see the top speeds that these guys reach here. Obviously, in the draft, they're going to go up to 250, like absolutely insane to try to control 220 down these corners. And the more these tires start degrading, the more they're going to start to slide, and the more we see the rear step out, as we saw before with David Hall and a lot of these other guys who were super quick. But yeah, these guys, and they keep switching up in the lead, and all this is just going to help out Mookie as the gap closes down to 2 seconds and 3/10. Mookie's still closing down that gap. This gap is closing down 1/10 a second, half a tenth a second. Mookie, the more the guys fight up in front, the more it's going to bring him in, as he has been super quick all night long.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a quick correction, we kept talking that Mookie had the fastest lap. Actually, Joshua Merce has the fastest lap of the race with a 37.08. He's the second fastest guy in the track, though. But if you're talking about pace-wise, he's probably one of the fastest one all around, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Kennedy's doing though over here, he's being very, very conservative. I don't think he's very concerned of bringing, Mookie into the long run. Of course, it might be concerning maybe whenever he comes, because this is an inevitability of him coming closer, as we see now dancing to the lead. And what I think he's doing, you could have seen him going 250 plus down the straight if you want to, but he's lifting up the gas a little bit, just playing it safe, not risking himself too much moving forward. And now he's playing the smart game of I'm good where I am. Whenever those real laps come in about 20, in about 5 to 10 laps, where everything is gonna be breaking loose, all kinds of hell are gonna break loose. I think I'm gonna have that grip and have the upper hand on the drivers right ahead of me.
Of
The thing
course.
is, he needs to play that smart game. Like we said many times before. Lifting off the gas, okay, cool, but you got to do that in a fast fashion. That you got to minimize the last to Mookie because now, and that is a play apparently playing is a fact because Mookie's lap now was a 38.06. That was his first lap being slower than McKennedy on the last 10 laps overall.
Yeah, so obviously Julian Mookie, as we were talking about before, he's still catching the guys ahead. He's been super quick. McKinney, all these guys have to play it smart here. As you were saying before, McKinney has been super conservative in this last stint with 25 to go, as we see on the top left. McKinney has been super conservative here. These guys have to save everything, I think, for the very end, as they're gonna send absolutely everything to each other, as we've seen before. They're gonna all hell's gonna break loose in 25 laps from now. Maybe even in 20 laps from now with 5 to go. These guys are going to fight for absolutely everything. And we have one going into the pits. Looks like Knight. Very interesting to see by Matt Knight. He's coming into the pits already. There hasn't been a yellow. And I can see by the quality that these drivers have, I don't think we're going to have another caution here. I could be speaking too soon. I don't want to jinx it. I'm going to knock on wood here, Lorenzo. But these guys have been absolutely perfect in this last stint of the race. And as long as they keep it clean here, Matt Knight is probably going to have the upper hand. He's probably going to put a little bit of more fuel, but the tires is what we're concerned about here. Will Knight be able to last the entire race? And he's going to last the entire race, but is he going to be as quick as the guys who are going to decide to wait? As we see everybody else diving into the pits here, Knight's he's gonna have to try the undercut, because all these other guys are gonna have to try to overcut Knight. Depending on the out lap and depending on the in lap, it's all gonna it all comes down to this, Lorenzo. It all comes down to this. 23 laps to go, and there's all to play for here as Matt Knight comes out of the pits right behind Henger. And there's all to play for. Mookie up in a P2 now at the moment. So depending on the times Mookie's putting in, he could overcut all these guys that decided to dive into the pits early.
Yeah, absolutely. I think having Hanger in front of him might be a little bit of a small blessing in disguise because you're not losing too much of a draft. Here comes Hanger into the pit lane. Dowd is also coming in for the pit lane. Julian Mookie's the last guy out. He's going to be in the lead right behind, right behind Knight, and Hanger pitted on the lap before. So it's going to be all kinds of things breaking loose. But you can see on front of Knight is going to be McKennedy, and also from what it looks like to be Hanger as well, battling for position.
Yeah, it seems like Knight got the jump on McKinney and Hanger. So Knight, I think at the moment, if I'm not mistaken, could be in the lead of this race, if I'm not mistaken here. I think Dance is in the lead of this race. Thanks for Austin, our producer, helping us out here. Jonathan Dance in the provisional. He's going to inherit the lead of this race once Paul Jones decides to come into the pits. But yeah, at the moment, Jonathan Dance in the lead of this race. Matt Knight still very much in this. Timothy Klaus as well. Nathan Dowd as well. So all these guys, depending on when they come in, as we were talking about before, Lorenzo, strategy has a lot to do here. There's still all to play for here with 21 to go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still a lot of stuff to break down as we see now. Mookie coming out of the pit lane. Dance is going to run by. Eventually, Dowden and Klaus are going to run by as well. Maybe Knight and McKinney and Hanger will be close to them into the rejoining of the track. But somehow, some way, Jonathan Dance having the upper edge on everybody by 2 seconds. Whenever we are done with Paul Jones going into his pit stop, as the P19 needs to come to the pit lane anytime soon.
Yeah, of course. So that number 2 car of Paul Jones is going to have to come into the pits, I believe. So Jonathan Dance is gonna inherit the lead of this race with Timothy Klaus right behind him, Nathan Dowd, Matt Knight, Julian Mookie coming out in P7, P6 once Paul Jones decides to pit. So very interesting to see how these guys are gonna end up racing. If they can close that 2-second gap, as we said before, Timothy Klaus is trailing Jonathan Dance by 2 seconds. Seems like the gap is coming down, but not as much as we'd like to see.
Knight,
But yeah, this
you know,
this race is definitely going to be close. Go ahead, Lorenzo.
yeah, but Knight is already knocking on the back door of Klaus and Dowd. So and he brought McEnany with him as well, and Mookie kind of like as a third
Oh,
element.
look at Knight down into turn number 2. Goodness gracious, side by side, there's a little bit of wheel banging, and there's contact in between Knight and Klaus. And McKinney down the inside on Klaus still. And he's going to go for a 2-for-1 special. Goodness gracious. McKinney on the inside of Knight, 2-for-1 special. Knight closes the door on McKinney, and some great racing, a little bit of wheel bang in there, and Knight right behind Dowd, and he's gonna be on his horse trying to catch all the slipstream that he can from the car ahead. And Jones still in the lead of this race with Dance right behind him. Dance is gonna inherit the lead once Jones decides to pit. But goodness gracious, some absolutely insane racing that we've seen here tonight, Lorenzo.
I didn't expect to see Knight come in and do that move on turn number 2. Now he does that to Dowd coming into turn number 3, and finally makes the move on Nathan Dowd. Goes into P2. The gap between them 1.6 separates Jonathan Dance to Knight, and we know Knight has a very racy car, but now Klaus comes to the move for the 2-for-1 special, and now the number 80 goes by and takes P2.
Yeah, some absolutely insane racing. And yes, as we said, the number 80 of Timothy Klaus right behind Jonathan Dance now. Looks like that gap is still closing down. The guys are still super racy. Matt Knight in P4 in that 152. It looks like we have more guys jumping into the pits, and Paul Jones finally decides to pull the trigger here, and he is in the pits. So shortly, Jonathan Dance is going to inherit the lead of this race, and it's all to play for here now. All these guys are going to start pushing these engine modes. This gap is coming down by the second pretty much. It was a 2-second gap, and Matt Knight in a P2 of this race, and there's all to play for here with 16 to go, I believe. Matt Knight, McKinney, Timothy Klaus, Nathan Dowd, Mookie, all these guys are going to be looking to fight for the win here tonight.
And Mookie got a little bit loose in the transition from one to 2 on McEnany, so
Yeah, I saw that.
And that could have been very dangerous for the number 39 at the end of this race, and could have scrambled everything in these final laps of this race. So now gap coming down was 1.6 at the start of the lap, will be 1.4 at the end of the lap, so 2/10 faster will be Matt Knight. Actually, correction, nearly 3/10 of a faster was actually faster Knight on this lap.
Yeah, it seems like that gap is still coming down. Sorry, when I was friend wrote through, but that gap is coming down. He's about to break a second here. He's breaking hundredths by the second. Matt Knight and Timothy Klaus are getting ever so close to Jonathan Dance, and there's going to be all to play for. It's going to be a race to the line here, Lorenzo.
Call the firemen and have them they're ready, because sparks and fire are going to come out of the gate really shortly. 3/10 of a second separate Dance to Knight, and now the party is on. We're going to have a ball, as Dance is going to have to dance around, pun intended, to him against Knight, Klaus, and Dowd, as now Dance gets shrunk by Klaus and Knight into the corner.
Yeah, Knight in shining armor, sending it down the inside of Timothy Klaus, and full pun intended, Lorenzo. This is going to be a battle of puns to the end of this race. But goodness gracious, Matt Knight and Timothy Klaus. Matt Knight closes that gap all the way down. Can Matt Knight run away with it here? As we said before, Timothy Klaus still right behind him. Jonathan Dance, Nathan Dowd, Julian Mookie, who worked his way back up into the P5. Greg McKinney, who seems to be falling off as well. He seems to be in the rear of that pack. Seems like he had an issue or something. Maybe got a little loose. No idea what happened to Greg McKinney, but he is in the lead of this pack. Not in the lead of this pack. I'm sorry. He is in the rear of this pack of in this fight for the lead, but anything can happen. If the front 5 guys crash, then Greg McKinney wins this race. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I want to see some great racing to the end, but that'd be absolutely great for Greg McKinney. But all to fight for here with Matt Knight, Timothy Klaus, Jonathan Dance, Nathan Dowd, Julian Mookie. All these guys are going to be fighting for the lead going into 12 laps to go here. Everything's still to play for. Knight still in the lead of this race. Klaus right behind him. And the slipstream is going to be super important here. When to pick your moves, when to defend, and when to send it. It all matters here with 12 to go.
Yeah, the turn line racing, you can see the Australian seeing those guys in their back mirrors his back mirrors coming in like sharks, like, hunting for fish, and they can see the small fish in the big pond right in front of him. But he's not a fish; he's just as a shark, like these guys right behind him are. With 11 to go, and now everybody's just gonna try to follow suit, but Nathan Dowd thinks otherwise.
Oh, move down the inside. Nathan Dowd thinks twice about it and sends it down the inside on Jonathan Dance. What a move by Nathan Dowd. Sends it right down the inside of Jonathan Dance. And it all to play for here. Looks like Timothy Klaus is going to try to make a move down turn number 3 on Matt Knight.
Nope.
Thinks better of it and decides not to. And this is exactly what we're talking about here, Lorenzo. This strategy has a lot to do with everything. Whoever can be smart, whoever can keep their nose clean is whoever's going to win this race, really. Looks like someone was in the pits. Is that Ken Leung?
Yep, that was.
I think it is Ken Leung. And do we have a yellow here?
No, we don't have a yellow inside the pit lane, so
I'm not gonna jinx it, but yes, not a yellow. Go ahead, Lorenzo.
El Tanigo is still in this race running, so there's gonna be an interesting one. Klaus is deciding to play the hunter, play for the long hunt. You know, you don't chase for anything that is not worthy for you with Tanigo. Don't do any funny moves. A little bit of a looseness out of the car coming into turn number 3, but still within the reaching gaps out of Knight. And Knight knows he's in a world of trouble. He knows that Klaus is not going to overtake for the sake of overtaking and having a little bit of fun for the time being. But Dow thinks otherwise. He looks for the outside move, nearly merges into the wing of the number 80, and it could have made 2 guys out of this picture with just 9 laps to go. And now Mookie, what does Mookie do over here? He hasn't found anything past 4th place, and he has the pace, but I think patience can only run too long in a frantic race like this with only 8 laps to go, and everything coming down to the line.
Yeah, of course. Obviously, as you were saying before, for Mookie, he has to be patient for now. We know he has the pace. It just depends that he has to close it down as much as he can. Mookie has to be smart here. Patience is key, and I think Mookie's strategy here is keeping it clean, letting the front guys fight it out. He's going to save his tires a little bit as the front guys, you can see, as Klaus and Knight still fighting in a turn number 3. Oh, and Dance is going to send it down the inside on Mookie, and they make a little bit of contact, but they keep it clean here. Goodness gracious, great racing round, but I was saying Mookie needs to push now. 7 laps to go, I believe. All these guys have to give it absolutely everything with 8 to go.
8 to go left into this race. Klaus defends the inside. Here comes Knight outside for him. The 152 naps the lead for the time being. Here comes Dowd as well, trying to take that opportunity. Is not going to be enough for the number 7 to go up on the number 80. But now Mookie tries to fight back on the inside of Dance. But here comes Dowd. Dowd on the inside. 2 for 1 is going to be the special for him. Special order done and special order delivered for Dowd as he moves into the top spot, but still not out of the woods just yet. 7 to go is going to be 6 to go. Next time by.
Yeah, next time by. 6 to go. Here we go. There's still a lot to play for. 3 wide. It looks like it's going to be down turn number 1. And no, Klaus thinks better of it. And Knight and Dowd go side by side. Mookie in the wall. No.
Yeah, Mookie scraped the wall into the entry turn number 1 with Dance. I think they had contact into the entry turn number 1, so that makes 4 cars apparently into the battle of this race. Here comes Klaus into turn number 3, makes the move stick for the time being on Dowd. Dowd is now relieved into P4, and Mookie now, that was P3, and now Dance is going to see if his car is evaluated to be okay moving forward, as Mookie probably having the short end of the stick. He's going to drop from
seems like he's
5th
moving
to
back to
7th place,
P7.
and he has to fit the car because of too much damage.
Yeah, very unfortunate end to this race for Julian Mookie. He was having a great run, and seems like he, in that battle for P4 just couldn't keep it together. There was contact. I have no idea. Oh, but we have a move here. Dowd is absolutely killing it here, and he cannot get it done, but it's going to be a 4-car race with 5 to go. 4-car race at the end of this race. Matt Knight, these guys have to work together a little bit here. Klaus and Dowd, they have to work a little bit together here to try to close that gap down tonight. With 5 to go, there's still all to play for here, but the big story here, Greg McKinney, what happened? 9 seconds. He was fighting in the top 5, and now he is nowhere to be seen as the front guys have showed their pace now. and absolutely running away with it here as Dowd looking on the inside of Knight into turn number 3. Dowd's going to be later on the brakes. I believe he's going to lift off a little bit later, and he does. Slingshots himself in a P number 1, and Knight going to try to look for the switchback. Is very clean with it, and Klaus is going to follow him all the way through down to the main street. Looks like
It looked like to be parked, and there's contact between.
we encounter a little bit of traffic here.
Like Clouds and Nine have made contact, and Nine into the short stick. Is race over for Matt Nine, and we are still green. No, we are yellow flag, and this is basically official. Nathan now will win this Major Speedway 500 after the yellow flag that basically shut this race down.
What a way to end this race. Matt Knight, who had been almost perfect all night long. Goodness gracious. Very unfortunate contact there with him, and I believe it was Klaus, if I'm not mistaken here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that was Klaus on the back wing of Knight right there. I think just ran too fast. We're going to look at the replay coming out of turn number 3. In turn number 4 will be Klaus. I think there's going to just catch the traffic way too strongly, and a last leg move. I think that
seems like a late move by Timothy Klaus there, and goes right up the rear of Matt Knight, and Matt Knight just right into the wall. Man, these guys, Matt Knight delivered us an absolutely amazing race all night. He had kept it super clean. It seems like his luck ran out this late. Seems like Klaus just went right up into the back of Matt Knight. I think it was a late move. But yeah, and it seems like Dowd is going to absolutely run away with it here. And yeah, I think that's probably going to be it. We're going to end under a caution here. And Nathan Dowd is probably going to win here if they don't give us one lap left of racing here. Going to be an Abu Dhabi scenario from 2021. I believe maybe a race to the end, depending on where Julian Mookie can come back up. It looks like there's a couple guys still in the race here that are in the back fighting. Oh no, I believe it's just Mookie's the last one. So we may have one more lap, or I think this could be it, Lorenzo.
Yeah, this race is official. Basically, once that pace car goes in, you can even turn the
race is gonna end. Yeah, I believe.
You can see yellow flags get still up in the air. We're gonna have one to go, so final lap.
Yeah, this is
it. Over here, and unfortunately, it's gonna be any on the yellow flag, but not like we've seen yellow flags in the Indy 500 races before. And Nathan Dowd, of course, is gonna end up being the second split winner here at the Major Speedway 500.
Yeah, so big congrats to Nathan Dowd, Jonathan Dance, Timothy Klaus. They're going to round up the podium. Depending on penalties, I have no idea how this works. But David Hanger is going to be on P5, and Greg McKinney sneaking right back into the top 5 with Paul Jones right behind him in that 6th place. Don Parks rounding up the top 7, and Julian Mookie is going to end up in P8. Obviously, very unfortunate for him. He made contact as well, and it all came down to the last couple of laps as well. Matt Knight had been perfect all race long, but as we were saying before, Lorenzo, you can be as perfect as you want at the start of the race, but it all comes down to that checkered flag. If you don't cross that checkered flag first, then that's that pretty much. And yeah, obviously very unfortunate for Julian Mookie, but as we see now, Nathan Dowd is going to run away with the win here in the Indy 500 of the Major Series.
Yeah, as Benny the pace car driver is going to go into the final corner and lead everybody into the final lap. As unfortunate as it is, we probably wanted a green flag finish, but nevertheless, the number 7 of Nathan Dowd will be crowned winner of the Major Speedway 500. And so race is official as Barney, the flagman, waves the checker flag, and the number 7 of Nathan Dowd is the winner of the Majors Speedway 500 second split, with Jonathan Dance, Timothy Klaus finishing up the podium spots.
Yeah, so big congrats to Nathan Dowd, Jonathan Dance, Timothy Klaus, David Hanger, Greg McKinney, Paul Jones, Don Parks, and Julian Mookie for finishing off this race. all these guys have delivered absolutely great racing. All the guys that did not finish this race as well have delivered us absolutely amazing racing all the way through. So very big congrats to them for delivering us an absolutely amazing night of racing. So thank you so much, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. It was frantic from start to finish over here. A race that I think we can definitely say with 100% certainty as now Dowd is gonna definitely do his
Yeah, a
wheelies.
little bit of donuts. Yeah, a little bit of donuts. Maybe a little bit of burnouts here for Nathan Dowd. He's gonna do his little victory lap here. So big congrats to him. Hope to see some donuts here.
Yeah, we need to see donuts, and one thing that commentators we can do 100% is evaluate the donuts. So let's see as he stops up for the finish line, and we're definitely gonna take a little bit of a picture. That is definitely gonna go into his frame portfolio, and as we see also Benny coming down into the pit lane as we see the results over here as Nathan Dowd is your winner after 200 laps at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Jonathan Dempsey in P2, Timothy Klaus in third, David Hanger in fourth, Greg McKenna in fifth place, Paul Jones sixth, Don Park seventh, Julian Mookie eighth, Matt Knight in ninth, and Ken Lung in 10th. Brendan Weiss, Tyler Beeman, David Hall, Damon Colty, Don Dolson, Sebastian Jackson, Luke Santos, Bryce Roberts, Joshua Merce, and Shane Bowen round out your top 20, and the last two cars in the grid, Stephen Banks and Dwayne Burns, are your 22 cars in this running. And Caleb, I think one thing we can say, I think it was much closer than we initially anticipated.
course.
I think these cars brought, I think, a different dynamic. Of course, first time I think I've seen the Indy 500 with this new pavement, the 2022 pavement that the iRacing has done for this track. So I think the lines have kind of still pretty much being the same, but the racing with this new spec car have been much closer than I think any of us could have anticipated in the beginning.
Yeah. Obviously, we saw some great racing all night long. Some very, very fast speeds by these guys. We saw speeds up to 200. I believe we were close to 260 miles an hour, going up to 255. Definitely kind of breaking 266 of the straight was like 10 yards longer, I must say, Lorenzo. But yeah, we saw some great racing here tonight. All around, very, very good by this new spec car. Some very good racing, very, very interesting, and very, very fun to call.
All right, so we're gonna have a little bit of a conversation with our drivers, and we're gonna start with Timothy Klaus, our third place. So Timothy, 200 laps in already, third place. By the way, congratulations at P3, of course.
Yeah, big congrats.
Congrats. Not the way the race probably wanted to end for you, but talk us through your race from start to finish.
Yeah, definitely didn't want to end that way. Really huge apologies to Matt. I tried to get on the brakes as quick as I could. I'm not really sure what happened there. I'd have to look at the replay. So definitely didn't want it to end that way, but also super proud getting a third place finish here. It was really just a matter of biding my time the whole race, trying to avoid the carnage, and trying to be there at the end. So it worked out pretty well, all things considered.
And
yeah, of course.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Lorenzo. Go ahead.
Actually, I have a question about the cars that we were talking about. I think that brings up to my head, like we said before, is a different car this year. Is the IR01 that is basically the open wheel car, the newest one that iRacing made, different from the IR18 that is normally joining the Indianapolis Citizen, of course, the major Speedway 500 previous iterations. But how do you fare this car in terms of draft and competitiveness in comparison to the previous car that you guys drove on?
For me personally, it handled a lot better than traffic than the IR18. The draft is just massive. During that last stretch run, I was off throttle for most of the back straightaway, just trying to maintain position. So the draft is huge, but it's a beast of a car to drive, especially on like pit exit and things like that. So yeah, it's fun, but it's very different.
Caleb, any questions?
Yeah, so Tim, I should say, sorry. So what was your strategy pretty much going into the last 5 laps? Obviously, we saw some of the guys being a little bit conservative into the last 5 laps. So what was your plan initially going into that? I mean, obviously, whatever plans you had came to a halt after your collision with Matt Knight. But what was your plan? How were you planning to pretty much move forward into the end of the race? Were you going to shoot straight for the lead into like lap 3 with 3 to go, or were you just going to wait it out a little bit, be patient until the final lap? So yeah, what was your strategy going into the end?
Well, can't give away all my secrets, but no, I was just going to kind of hold station with Matt and then Nathan as well, and then John Dance was out there with us too. Just kind of play it out, see what happened. I did have a move planned. I had a setup plan, things of that nature, but it was going to be probably waiting until either the last lap or the next to last lap, just because it's so hard to hold the lead with the way this draft is. So I had a move, but again, fortunately, it didn't work out.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, so my last question here for you, Tim, on how the draft was, how do you think that helped you, and how do you think that helped you move forward as you went up 5 spots from the start of the race? How do you think the draft helped you out, and just picking your moves, under the draft or under the corners? How did the draft help you try to move forward and ultimately ending on P3?
For me, I was treating it very similar to the way you treat a NASCAR race at Daytona, where you just got to time the runs and things like that. And I wanted to be where I was fully alongside the guy before I was making the move. If not, I, for the most part, was trying to back out of it just to make sure that I was well established, make sure the outside guy was established, things like that. But it was very calculating the moves I made. They weren't all perfect, but for the most part, they did work out pretty well.
All right, Tim. With that being said, congratulations at P3. I know that was hard earned. I know you wanted to leave, but I think with that being said, how close this race was, this P3 was well earned at the end of things for 200 laps, and can't wait to see you on the next majors event.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Yeah, of course. Have a good night, Tim.
Thanks.
Yeah, we're gonna be bringing now Nathan Dowd into the broadcast booth, our winner of the second split of the Major Speedway 500. Nathan, congratulations on the win of this race, and you timed your move perfectly and played it to the perfection. Of course, wasn't the full length of 200 laps on the green flag, but nevertheless, what matters is you getting that bottle of milk at the end of things.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I got a little lucky with the timing there, but I mean, I saw there's a lap car ahead. I figured good time to try to make the move and maybe catch the lap car's draft and stay ahead there for the last few laps. But I mean, either way, it worked out. It was a shame that incident with Matt and Tim happened, but in the end, I guess it works out for me. So we'll take it.
I think one other thing I wanted to talk about, and I think my colleague Caleb asked this to Tim, is what was the strategy moving forward into these final laps? Do you want it to attack all the way to the gate? We saw you drop back a little bit, but as soon as you came into the fray of the top 3, once again, you were not hesitant to attack. Was that the mindset whenever you started to go into these closing laps? Go back and go all in and see where it leads me to the end?
I mean, honestly, it was just kind of taking the runs as they came. It was the draft is obviously very strong, but you still have to kind of build a run up. So when you get a run, you kind of just have to take it, especially towards the end there. So honestly, I was just kind of playing the runs as they came. Yeah, like you said before, the timing just kind of worked out. It was kind of all race long. We were just going back and forth the whole race. It was just kind of felt like it was going to be kind of a dice roll who was going to end up in the front at the very end. But yeah, I mean, this car was a ton of fun here. It was obviously very, very fast, but you could really follow. Like, it didn't have the aerial push that the other open wheel oval cars have quite as bad, so you could really get some good pack racing going on there. I think we saw that in the middle of the race. Yeah, it was but yeah, at the end there, just kind of going all out and taking the run if I got one, honestly.
And Caleb, do you have any questions to our race winner over here?
Yeah, lastly, Nathan, obviously, very congrats to you. A big congrats to you. You made the move stick when it mattered most, I guess. But yeah, coming into those, I guess pretty much a follow up question to Lorenzo's. Obviously, we saw very, very close racing the whole race, and we were talking about this pretty much the entire race. How you guys weren't pretty much trying to work together too much. You guys were looking for the moves and being smart about when to make the moves, and obviously you as well, making the moves when they mattered most. You know, not sticking your nose in places where they didn't belong, not making too risky of moves. So, lastly, Nathan, my question to you: how was it dealing with the pressure? How was it dealing with the close racing? You know, you guys were wheel to wheel for 200 laps almost. What was that like?
It was it was pretty intense. It was I mean we have a good group of guys in this league, so we trust each other for the most part. I mean we can trust each other to go side by side, and even sometimes three wide there in the like turn one, have faith that it's gonna work out. You know, obviously you never know going like 250, 260 how the netcode's really going to play out, so you got to kind of keep that in mind, be a little careful. But honestly, we were just having so much fun. At least I was then in the middle of that race. I was just pretty much taking everyone that I could, and then everyone was being respectful. So the race it was unbelievable, really.
That's pretty much the feeling, Nathan. Again, congratulations on the win. That was well earned. And enjoy your bottle of milk, man, and enjoy the rest of the month of May. And we'll see you in the next majors event.
Thank you, guys.
All right. So with that being said, here, Caleb, any final takes from this race? I think we've pretty much said everything that we wanted to say post race, but any final takeaways from this first broadcast we're doing for the major series?
Yeah, absolutely. It was great fun speaking with you, Lorenzo, working with Austin as well, filling in for Taylor, who gave me this opportunity. Obviously, very thankful for it, and I think it was great racing all around. Really, very impressed. I have never really seen an iRacing race until today. I don't know much about IndyCar. I'm a big F1 fan, big karting fan. That's how I met Taylor, who I believe Phil does these races usually. But yeah, obviously very impressed with the racing, with the racecraft that iRacing has to offer. And very impressed with the Indy 500. Really, I thought it was great racing all around. I thought the cars were amazing. And yeah, it's been a great experience overall.
Absolutely, I agree 100% with your sentiments. It's good to see close racing from everybody in the group, and we would like to thank again the major series and Solvem.e to bring us this race once again, this 11th running of the Majors 500. But with that, it's time to conclude the first of our more amazing broadcasts. For Justin Levine, Taylor Burris, our producer Austin Derbyshire, our co-host Caleb Viesca. See, I got the name right.
There you go.
I'm gonna wrap up on there, and thank you for watching Grid Vision. We'll see you next time.